Thank you. Welcome, everyone, to the council meeting of March 8th, 2021. And we will start with the deputy clerk reading the statement concerning notice of meeting.
Notice of this meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act and state regulations governing remote public meetings, including the time, date, and location of the meeting, and clear and concise instructions to the public for accessing the meeting and making comments. In addition, the agenda and all related materials were posted electronically and made available to the public on Princeton's meeting portal in advance of the meeting.
Thank you. Council President Fraga has a land acknowledgement to read.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So some of our boards, commissions, and committees started including a land acknowledgement at their meeting starting this year. And council has agreed that we would also want to include one in ours at the top of every agenda, though not necessarily reading it out loud at every meeting. But tonight, for the first time, I will be reading it out loud. And it reads, we gather today on the land of the Lenni Lenape. As members of the Princeton community, we aspire to show appreciation, respect, and concern for all peoples and our environment. We honor the Lenape and other indigenous caretakers of these lands and waters, the elders who lived here before, the indigenous today, and the generations to come.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Deputy Clerk, could we have the roll call, please?
Sure. Ms. Perron-Lambros?
Here.
Ms. Niedergang?
Here.
Mr. Cohen?
Here.
Ms. Fraga?
Here.
Mr. Williamson?
Here.
Ms. Sachs?
I think she's trying to get on.
Okay. Mayor Frida?
Here. Okay. David, do you have a motion concerning the agenda?
Yes, I do. There are a couple of items to be removed from the agenda and one item to be added to the agenda. So I would like to move that we remove resolution number 2021-87, which is in regard to an RFP for community solar, that we remove that from the agenda. There's an ordinance 2021-06 relating to off-street parking, which we would like to also remove from the agenda. And in so doing, we'd like to renumber ordinance number 2021-07 to be renumbered as 2021-06. And then we want to add a resolution for the appointment of Bob Brusheye as interim administrator, which is number 2021-96, resolution 2021-96.
Thank you. Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Dwayne seconded. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Approval of minutes. We have the minutes from January 9th up first.
I'll move approval.
Thank you. Is there a second? Eve was very quick. Thank you. Any questions? Comments? No? All in favor, please
Is
say
this
aye.
going to be just for the one set, or are you moving them in a block?
Oh, David, did you? I'm sorry.
Well, I'm fine with moving them in a block. I had just done the one, but if people don't have comments about any of them, we can move them as a block.
Okay. Eve, are you okay with seconder as a block?
That's what I thought we were doing, so.
Okay. Did anyone have any comments on any of the minutes before we vote? Okay, voting on the minutes in block. All in favor, please raise your hand, say aye.
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 Okay. Ayes have it. All of the minutes on the agenda are approved. Okay, next up are announcements and reports. Shall we do council announcements or reports first? Leticia?
Yes, so I just have two announcements. One is on behalf of Human Services. The Human Services Department is going to be opening their summer youth employment program application at the end of this month. They will be able to take 36 students who will have the opportunity to earn $11.10 an hour. This will be for 25 hours a week for 8 weeks. Employment will be in person this year with job readiness training that's going to be conducted virtually. Princeton youth between the ages of 14 to 18 whose household income falls below the 400% of the federal poverty level are eligible to apply. For those who may have any questions as to what the 400% poverty level is, the application itself will include a chart so parents will be able to determine if their student is eligible to apply. So look for that towards the end of the year, and I'm sure we'll make sure that it's also included in the mayor and council's weekly newsletter ahead of time. My second, actually it's a report. So last week, February 25th, the Youth Advisory Committee hosted a youth and police dialogue. The community dialogue was held in collaboration with the Princeton Civil Rights Commission and the Princeton Police Department. The participants were encouraged to voice their thoughts and also had the opportunity to ask questions to representatives from the police department. The virtual event was really well attended, and both during the event and days following, we received some very positive feedback from those who participated, and they also asked and encouraged us to hold similar events again, which the Youth Advisory Committee has agreed that is probably something they'll want to do on at least an annual basis. Both the Youth Advisory Committee and the Civil Rights Commission wish to thank Sergeant Lagomarsino and Officers Navas and Rios for taking part. They really did a great job connecting with our youth and also other participants who joined in. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council announcements or reports? Michelle and then Dwayne.
Thank you. So first of all, I just want to acknowledge that it's March is Women's History Month, commemorating the study and observance and celebration of us women and the contributions we've made to American history. In our newsletter today, there's a whole listing of a calendar of events. There's some wonderful events happening with the Arts Council, the library, the university. And there's one in particular of interest to me is the Historical Society of Princeton and Women in Princeton History. That's happening on March 25th. So I just wanted to call everyone's attention to that wonderful programming that we have happening. That's my announcement. I do have some reports. First of all, I wanted to mention that at the Economic Development Committee, we were quite busy this past month. There's an ordinance that's going to be introduced, not tonight now. We're still working on it, but we're going to work on removing barriers to entry for businesses, and particularly during this time where we want to find reducing the parking space requirement, which has created a large and expensive obstacle for small businesses that often can cost tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees and time lost for businesses getting open. With the vacancies that we really are facing right now, this is a really important piece of ordinance that we're looking at working on. Something that's going to be introduced tonight, of course, is extending the outdoor dining curbside pickup zones and continuing to help our small businesses through the remainder of what we hope is not the whole remainder of this year, but as we hopefully transition into a post-COVID retail environment. There was also some really interesting presentation that was given to the Economic Development Committee. I wanted to mention that Elizabeth Romanol came before us. She's undertaking to create an Einstein Museum in town. So we're hoping to support and encourage, and not financial support, but just encourage this concept and connecting her with the community as a hub of tourist information to attract visitors and also to educate our local residents on what could be arguably our most famous resident of all. So it was very well received at the meeting. Now I have a somewhat lengthy report about from the Finance Committee because we're going to be previewing the budget this evening. So I can postpone that until we do the budget, or I can go ahead now with my report if you'd like, I guess I can go ahead. All right.
Let's do it.
Or should we do it?
Let's do
We
it
do-
together with the budget so that
Let's
it's,
do that. Okay, so that's it. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Dwayne, you are next.
Yes, and now for some, well, that was great news also. I was going to say, and now for some wonderful news. But Michelle, your news was good too. Princeton's very own Nicole Palucci, who's a employee at the recreation department, and Nicole is known there as she's essentially the coordinator of a lot of our special needs programs. Well, she recently won the New Jersey Recreation and Park Association's William D. Foelsch, and I'm hoping I'm pronouncing the name correctly. It's spelled Foelsch, Rising Professional of the Year Award. And for those in the New Jersey recreation and park community, it's the equivalent of winning the Oscars. So our very own Nicole Palucci is the recipient of that. And just want to take this time to honor Nicole for making Princeton proud.
Thank you, Dwayne. Eve, you were next.
thank you. I have a few announcements. I want you, I'm the chair of the Administrator Search Committee, and I think it's already been announced that Bob Brushai will be returning as our interim administrator starting sometime next week until we hire the new administrator, and the Administrator Search Committee, which is myself, Mayor Frida, and Council President Fraga, have been interviewing candidates, and we hope to have a decision hopefully by the end of the month or soon thereafter. So we've made good progress on that. And there'll be a process for senior staff and for the rest of council to get to meet these final candidates as well. I want to also give a brief report from the Personnel Committee. We've hired a new sewer manager, which is a critical position really needed in our sewer operating committee. So the people who work there are very happy, as are we. And we are going to be embarking soon on interviews for our open space manager position. We've gotten a pretty good response to that, so I'm hopeful we'll find somebody great to fill that spot. I wanted to talk just for a minute about the Sustainable Landscaping Initiative, which I hope we'll have a further report on in the next few weeks, but that is an effort to work with our landscaping community to encourage them to use more sustainable practices, and also to work with our residents to encourage them to demand more sustainable practices, because it really has to be a two-way street. You have to change the demand so that the landscapers can change the way they practice if you want to move towards a really more environmentally sustainable way of dealing with our lawns and the rest of our properties. And I also want to say that the Environmental Commission meeting, which is March 24th at 7:30, we will be joined by the Rec Department to discuss Hilltop Park and to talk about some ways of inserting green infrastructure and discussing different aspects of the artificial turf there and different aspects of the project. And I think the Rec Department also will be having a meeting the next day in which they'll be talking about Hilltop. So those are just a couple of venues for people who are interested in this topic to show up. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council reports or announcements? Do we have any, before we get to the two items on the agenda, are there any staff announcements?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to give an update.
Okay.
Okay. Previously in February, I had presented at the council meeting about the proposal by New Jersey Department of Transportation to upgrade the traffic signal at the intersection of Witherspoon Street and Nassau Street. And on Friday last week, we had a very successful meeting where we had members of the Historic Preservation Commission, the Traffic Safety Committee, the State Historic Preservation Office, as well as the Department of Transportation's project management team for the project. It's a very high priority project for them to make much needed safety improvements at that signalized intersection on Nassau Street. And I think we made good progress in getting consensus that safety is the primary goal for that project. They are proposing bump outs, curb extensions, which will reduce the crossing distance for pedestrians, as well as making them more visible to drivers on the roadway. So we continue to have discussions with them, and they are looking to move the project ahead into a design phase for construction in 2022.
Thank you, Dina.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other staff announcements? All right, hearing none. We have the affordable housing set aside memo. I believe our attorney and a couple of the planners might actually be in attendance.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Yes, Kevin Van Heist here, and I believe we have Emily Goldman and Elaine Clism here as well.
Okay.
So, the reason for that is it's been included in the agenda materials this evening is the memo I prepared dated March 1st that addresses the affordable housing set-aside ordinance that was enacted last year as part of the municipal affordable housing settlement with Fair Share Housing Center that was approved by the court last year as well. This memo was actually prompted by a review that occurred at SPRAB last month of a proposed development. And during the review of that application, it was revealed that despite the set-aside ordinance that we did enact, this development is proposing 8 residential units and some commercial space, but would not be required to actually provide an on-site affordable housing 20% set-aside. So that understandably caused significant consternation and concern. And so we prepared a detailed memorandum that actually provides the background and history over the new ordinance, the reasons that it was enacted the way that it was enacted, and an explanation of how that development could actually be exempted from the new ordinance. Summarily, the kind of start of this occurred back in 1990 with the former borough's enactment of a mandatory 20% set-aside ordinance that applied unilaterally to all new development that was going to be occurring in the borough. That ordinance actually provided that for any multifamily development producing more than 5 units, they would be required to either provide a 20% set-aside or a contribution in lieu. From 1990 to 2020, last year when the ordinance was replaced, the borough's ordinance produced, at least pursuant to the settlement agreement, 15 credited units. Actually, of those units, a significant bulk of those were actually created by other means as well. In total, the set-aside ordinance actually produced probably in the neighborhood of around 5 to 7 units, with the rest of the units that were produced in the borough, including at Palmer Square, Shirley Court, McLean Place, Merwick Stanworth, Avalon Bay, to name just a few, were produced by other means via settlements, whether they were negotiated with developers, whether they were enacted via rezonings or through redevelopment. So the borough was working towards producing units, but the set-aside ordinance itself, through the 30-year history, was not overly successful in facilitating the production of additional affordable housing opportunities. So as we were negotiating the settlement, as is well documented and has been covered at several council meetings over the past 6 years or so, in 2015, Princeton instituted an action for certification of its affordable housing plan. And through those negotiations, one component was ensuring that the municipality had not only addressed its essentially present need new construction obligation, but also the cumulative obligation that accrued prior to the current round. And that brought into play the need to examine the prior ordinances that were enacted, including the borough's set-aside ordinance. During our negotiations, what we ended up doing was looking to expand that concept that the borough had implemented over the borough to the entire municipality, which then forced us to also bring that ordinance up to date and in compliance with the legal requirements that had accrued via COA's rules and the case law since it was enacted in 1990. So for instance, the ordinance didn't include the minimum densities, and problematic, it would not have been adoptable for the lands of the former township in its form, because it would just not be able to unilaterally impose a 20% set aside on all future development because lands in the township did not meet those minimum density requirements. So for that reason, and also to kind of harmonize the code, is also well known. There have been significant efforts since consolidation to actually harmonize and streamline the two different land use provisions of the code into one comprehensive land use ordinance. It made sense actually to enact one ordinance rather than try to bifurcate and enact separate provisions and modify those types of things. So with that, we negotiated with Fair Share the language that was incorporated in the settlement agreement that would actually bring that ordinance up to current requirements. And it provides that all multifamily developments providing for 5 or more units with the required density of at least 6 units per acre that would then be created through municipal rezoning, use variance, density variance, rehabilitation or redevelopment plan would actually be required to provide the mandatory 20% set aside. A benefit of the new ordinance was that it also eliminated the buyout provision or the contribution in lieu provision that was contained in the borough's ordinance. Because of the modifications that were necessary to be done, what was not anticipated is that there would be a development of sufficient size that would be able to be greater than 5 units that would somehow be exempt from the on-site requirement. It is important to note that while they are exempt from the on-site requirement, they are not exempt from an affordable housing obligation. They are required to pay development fees. But in essence, they will be satisfying their obligation that way. But in having now determined that there was at least this one site and potentially others, council has been committed since this was revealed back in February to addressing that. And there have been several meetings since then, and actually conversations with Fair Share, because as part of a settlement agreement, obviously we are still in the court process and need to have everything approved by Fair Share, the special master, and the court to advise them of this issue and of our intent to address this to ensure that this does not occur. So that's kind of the brief summary of the memo, and I didn't know if there were any questions or concerns, or certainly Emily or Elaine are here to address as well.
Okay, Eve had her hand up first.
I have a question you're probably not going to be able to answer, but I do have to ask, which is, is it too early to give any kind of outline of what a remedy might be? Should there be another property similar to this that would fall into the same, I don't know if you call it a gap or that same place in the ordinance? I know you've been talking about it. Just be curious if you have some ideas, and if not, that's fine.
We are working on, we were actually on the phone today working on some language that we think will address it. We're still working on that right now. It is unlikely that, we're anticipating that actually we would have probably a correction for this within the month, conceivably adopted within the month. So it is unlikely that any development applications of this size would be able to be engineered between tonight and the enactment of that. So we're pretty confident that we'll be covered with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there other council questions? Leticia?
Yes, and Mr. Van Heist, I'm not sure if it would be you or one of my colleagues that could respond. Just to confirm, if I understand correctly, that the initial application for that specific development did include an affordable housing unit, at least one affordable housing unit? And if so, even though according to the ordinance, they may not be required to provide one, but are they precluded from providing one? Is
Well-
anybody willing to respond to that?
Yeah, they're certainly not precluded from providing one. And in answer to your question, Leticia, the earlier application that came in before the enactment of Ordinance 2020-15, which contained the current set of rules. So they were obligated under the old borough ordinance, set aside ordinance at that time to provide the unit. But in the reapplication, they were no longer required to provide it, but certainly able to do so if they desire.
So does that then imply that perhaps that someone was looking for that language that would not require them to provide that affordable unit?
I would say it implies that somebody on the development team was pretty sharp to
Thank you.
catch the change.
Other council questions? Okay, if not, I think there may be members of the public that may have questions related to this. So Mark DeShield, can you let people from the public in, and we can try to get our experts that have joined us here tonight to answer their questions. Okay. Hello?
Hello? We have everyone. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Let's go to the next person.
Hi, good evening. This is Maria Juega from resident of 66 Grover Avenue. I would like to express my sense that the Griggs Corner uproar, it's pretty much a tempest in a teacup. I think the memo from Mr. Van Heijs is extremely explicit and detailed. I had to reread it several times. The concepts and the legal language it's certainly very complex, but I think I have a good sense for what happened. And clearly the old ordinance was not working, and I'm sure it wasn't working elsewhere in other municipalities, and led the Supreme Court to mandate in 2015 the so-called sufficient compensatory benefit, which provides for some incentive to developers. The proof is in the pudding. Over 30 years, only according to the data that was just mentioned, 5 to 7 units were built under this ordinance. Clearly, it wasn't working. And when we compare this to the result of the new ordinance that was passed 6 months ago, I understand that there's already 12 units in the planning, in addition to the close to 400 units that have been have been zoned for. There's no comparison in terms of the impact that the new ordinance and the new zoning is going to have in our affordable housing stock. So I'm very grateful to our prior mayor and to current council members who worked on this, on finally getting us over the hump, and certainly the lawsuit with fair housing. And I have every confidence that if there are any more properties that could bypass this 20% set aside, this probably, if there's any, it will be addressed. I hope that you'll be able to address it. And so I think that the actual impact beyond the loss of possibly 2 units in this case is minimal. And again, I express my appreciation, and I'm very grateful to what was done and what was accomplished. Thank you.
Thanks, Maria.
Thank you. Mark, who's next?
I believe the other gentleman with his hand raised wants to speak to an item that's not on the agenda.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hi. My name is Julian Chen. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm calling in to speak to the council.
So, I'm sorry, are we taking,
Let's find out what his topic is. If it's related to our discussion, he can speak. If it's something
Oh, I'm
else,
sorry. No, it's not. I was just just unmuted and I thought I could speak. No, it's in regards to the housing issue. It's in regards to the synthetic turf.
Okay.
Should I wait?
Yeah. You could
Okay,
raise your hand
sure.
again a little bit later in the
Sorry
meeting.
about that.
No problem. Thank you. Okay. Do we have other people wishing to speak on the housing memo?
Yes.
Oh, go right ahead. Virginia?
Yeah, hi, my name's Virginia Kerr. I have some concerns about this. I think it's more than a tempest in a teapot. I'm just going to begin by saying that the Griggs site has special significance for this community because of a history of which we're all familiar. And it's troubling that we are having a development on that spot that will have 0 affordable units. So there's a quote that I can't quite remember about symbolic actions, but I don't care whether it's 2 or 3 units, but it's meaningful. And so I just don't think it can be sort of minimized. I think I shared my views with the mayor and Councilman Cohen about the issue of the legality. And so I have a few questions related to the process. I wonder if council was briefed by the attorney on the fact that when you adopted the 2020 ordinance, you were eliminating a 20% set aside requirement for as of right developments. Or to put it differently, I wonder if you were briefed on the fact that the ordinance you adopted in 2020 did not include a requirement for a 20% set aside on as of right developments. And I, as background for that question, I will just refer to a letter that former Councilwoman Crumiller wrote, which was published in the Town Topics and on Planet Princeton, saying, essentially apologizing, saying that in the settlement negotiations, she felt that she had skimmed the document and really was not aware that this change was being made. And I infer from that during the settlement negotiations, the people on the settlement, the council people on the settlement team were not briefed. So my question for you, because you were the council members who voted on the 2020 ordinance, is whether you were briefed on the fact that what you were putting into place was an ordinance that eliminated or that did not include any affordable housing set aside for as of right developments. Eve.
Okay, Virginia, can we so. why
Do you
don't we
want to
try
hear my entire statement? I hate to
Well,
just-
no, Virginia, why don't we try to get an answer to your question?
Okay,
And
thank
then,
you.
and then not this, I just want to say to anyone and everyone that's going to get on and talk, since we haven't had a lot of public participation in the meeting so far this year, most people remember there is the 3-minute rule when people are talking.
Oh, I'm
So-
sorry. Okay.
Yeah, but Virginia, sorry, and I'm not saying that now to cut you off from saying more. We'll get to your question, and then if you have something else to say, that's fine. So I don't know if council members want to reply, or if we should ask our administrator and our council to reply first.
I just to say, I'd like to say, Virginia, that I'm going to sound like
you
someone
missed the first
testifying
part.
before Congress, but
Oh.
I honestly don't recall.
Hey, David,
I honestly don't recall.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
there was a lag in what you were
Am
saying.
I-
So you're a little chopped up. You're a
Sorry.
little chopped up.
Um,
We're losing David.
Yeah, David.
to a
you might have to-
different internet connection. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Mayor, maybe
I-
Mr. Hayes
can you-
has something to say on this topic.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, a lot better.
Yes, David.
Yeah. So I was just trying to say that, it might sound evasive, but I honestly don't recall whether we were briefed, in detail on that topic, Virginia, that you're asking about. But I also want to say that I really appreciated your communications regarding, the legal underpinnings, and have shared those with the group that's working on trying to rectify this situation. And they've been very helpful and are playing a significant role in helping us find a good solution that everybody can agree on. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thank you, David.
Okay. Virginia, I'm sorry. Did you have another question you wanted to ask?
Did any other council member want to respond to my question?
I mean,
Yeah, Michelle and then Leticia.
I mean,
I'll just say that I think the question, Virginia, the question to me is, could we have done anything differently? Because you're asking about the ordinance. and-
Actually, Mia, that's not my question. My question is, were you briefed on this? I mean, that's my question. I'm basically asking that because at the SCRAB meeting, David, at that point, was surprised. And correct me, David, if I'm wrong. So my question is, it's a simple question. Were you briefed?
Well,
I mean,
if I
did
may-
you knowingly adopt it? Yes.
Okay, so if I could just get back to letting council people reply in the order that they asked to reply.
Can I
Sorry.
just finish what I was saying? Which is,
Of course.
there's one thing is the settlement, the other is the ordinance. My understanding is that the ordinance language had to replicate what was in the settlement. So I would say that this year was the focus on the ordinance, and this was the language that was in the settlement, which was, to your question, no, we had, in our mind, this was not even where we briefed. It wasn't even an issue that came up, because what we were tasked with this year at the planning board and council was implementing ordinances for the settlement. But so really there wasn't, to your question, there wasn't sort of this year a question. We weren't going back and questioning whether there were issues with the settlement. And there's different.
But Mia, I assume you're speaking for yourself, because I saw that Michelle's hand was up. And
Okay,
Leticia's
so-
hand was-
But what
Okay,
I want to say is that
okay, wait a minute. Mia, stop. Virginia, please, the two of you. We're not going to have a back and forth like this. So Virginia's asked a question. Mia attempted to provide an answer. Mia, are you done with your reply? I don't want to have the back and forth. Other council members want to say something also.
Well, because because I think that Virginia's question is a leading question and she's trying, if council.
It's her. Did you have anything else to answer?
Yes, can you
It's okay.
please let me finish, Mark?
I want you to finish. Yes, thank you.
Emphasis on finish.
So what I'm saying is that if we thought this year that there was anything wrong with the settlement, we would have tried to implement it. But the question to my mind is, was there something wrong with the settlement? And I think that is the real question here. And if there is something that's wrong with the settlement, we definitely need to know that. It is not my understanding, based on all of the discussions that have taken place, and we have investigated this in depth, and it's been a real learning curve for those of us on council, that there could have been anything differently done with the settlement. That to me is the issue here. And if, I mean, that is the main question. That's what I just want to say. And I think it's still the main question and that's why we asked the attorney and the planners to come here tonight to let the public know whether or not the settlement is flawed or not, or whether there was something problematic when the settlement was passed.
Thank you, Mia. Michelle?
I just simply want to answer Virginia's question to say that my understanding was we had a 20% set aside townwide. I had never heard that there was any, possibility of these exception as of right situation until this came up. So that's my simple answer.
Okay, Leticia and then Eve.
I also wanted to provide a simple answer to Ms. Kerr's question, and that is that I was not on that subcommittee, so, and quite honestly, but still, if I had heard that there was not going to be a 20% set aside, if anything, some of us were advocating for more than 20% if it was legally possible. However, I feel that I would have remembered if we had been briefed on that.
Okay. Eve?
I'll say I share my colleagues' recollection or lack thereof. I don't think we were briefed on this, but I guess I want to defend the legal team, because when you don't think it's possible that a situation can arise, you may not. And I think the idea is that it simply did not occur to the legal team that there would be a possible development that could, as of right, build this number of new units, that they would have an obligation and yet be able to not, they would have had an obligation under the old system, but not under the new system. I just don't think that occurred to anybody. And, we don't know at this point how many other properties this could possibly affect. Again, to, support Mia's point, as I understand Kevin's memo, to have it when it has to be, and Virginia, you're an attorney and I'm not, but it has to be a quid pro quo. You cannot take somebody's property without giving them something in return under current law. And so you cannot ask somebody that is not asking for a variance of any kind to give up part of their, to turn over part of their property to an affordable housing unit. We might want the law to be different, but if Kevin, please tell me if I'm misunderstanding, but if I am understanding correctly, then it simply would not be legal to do that. And the old borough ordinance was not in conformity with current state law, as much as we might have attached to it. And Kevin, can you just,
No, that's correct. So because the borough had a vacant land adjustment, and this starts to get very, very technical, and it's alluded to in the memo, it had a court-approved ordinance that was in place. But when the provision was going to be extended over the lands of the former township, That same issue was not, frankly, it would not have complied with the rules, COA's rules, with the density specifications, and it would not have applied over the township lands to just unilaterally essentially require an on-site set-aside without running afoul or having a challenge under the takings cases.
Challenge. Okay. Any other council comment? All right, Virginia, can I ask if you had anything else
Yes,
to say
I'm just going
succinctly?
to say that I couldn't disagree more on the takings position. And I already expressed that in the views I already shared, and I'm not going to belabor that. But, I don't see the cases there. So I just disagree. I just wonder if the council is getting another opinion on the issue of what it might do with this.
So, go ahead, David.
Yeah, we are, we've been getting lots of opinions about what we can do with it. And
Yeah. Okay.
I think that, I think you'll be pretty pleased with the direction that we're heading when we finally reach a conclusion. But I also want to just mention one detail, Virginia, because again, I did share your thoughts about the illegal takings and the sense,
typos and everything.
And the sense was that while current case law, might not have supported a judgment that it would have been a taking, that there have been some alarming precedents coming down from the current appellate and Supreme Court because there's some pretty conservative justices that are comprising those courts at this point. So
you mean the federal courts, David?
No, in New Jersey, I think.
Really? Okay.
So that's what I heard. So so there was remaining concern about that issue, even though there's an acknowledgement that past case law is not conclusive.
Thank you very much
for
giving me time to speak.
Yeah,
Thank you, Virginia.
Emily, did you want to?
Yeah, I also just wanted to add in, when the settlement agreement's negotiated and executed, it then goes through the fairness hearing. And at the time, the settlement agreement clearly states that for the set-aside ordinance, that the former borough ordinance needed to be amended or repealed and replaced with the specific language that's in the settlement agreement. And at the time of the fairness hearing, that was never, there was no objections or concerns raised about that at the settlement agreement or at the fairness hearing, similar to for the Nassau Street overlays, where there were some objections and that was worked out after the fairness hearing. So the ordinance that was presented to council in 2020 and adopted then exactly mirrored the language in the settlement agreement.
Thank you. Mark, do we have other people from the public trying to get in? John?
Hi, everybody. Good to see the new council. This is the first meeting I've attended since the start of the year. Good to see you, Mark, in the mayor's seat.
Thank you.
And this is certainly a complicated issue, and let me state up front, I'm not an attorney. I don't pretend to be one. First, I'd like to just thank Eve Niedergang and Jenny Crummiller for very early in this sort of post-discovery process, if you will, stating their sorrow that they had not caught this. We all make mistakes. With regard to whether the old ordinance, the old 20% borough ordinance resulted in significant creation of significant units, I would just point to Avalon Bay on Witherspoon Street and Merwick Stanworth. I'm not sure if Avalon Bay is in the town, was in the township or in the borough, but obviously the 20% set aside requirement was very effective in getting both those properties to create a whole many affordable units. So it does work. As to whether many other towns have an as of right, sorry, let me go back. Crystal Knapp in her reporting in Planet Princeton, and she went back and checked this again, I'm told, found that many other towns do have as of right 15 or 20% of municipality-wide requirements. There have been no challenges that she discovered. She did a lot of research on this. I know David says some have come down recently, but I certainly have not heard of any. And then with regard to the compensatory benefits, let me stress again, I'm not an attorney. Compensatory benefits to developers, I read and reread that part of your memo, Mr. Van Heist. It's a great memo. But when I read that, you know, as a layperson, it just seems to me that the ability to build 8 units, in the case of Griggs Corner, to build 8 units on a very small piece of property is in fact a compensatory benefit. Yeah, it's not a variance, it's not a zone change, but to be able to do that in Princeton, where property is at a premium, to me, that's a compensatory benefit. So that's a statement, and I would just say that going forward, which is really, I think, what this meeting is all about, I would just hope that everybody learns from this, both council and municipal staff, and that since we all agree that we want a 20% set aside throughout our now consolidated town, if we're really convinced that we can't have that, although, as I said, it seems like a whole bunch of other towns have these municipality-wide, even on as of right properties. If we're really convinced we want this, then it seems to me that municipal staff back in the period between the settlement in December of 2019 and the new affordable housing ordinance in April 2020 should have, you know, it's easy to say by hindsight, but going forward in this kind of situation, staff should be on the ball and find the other properties that we're now running around trying to identify that need to have some sort of adjustment. So I just hope we all learn from that.
John, thank you. Kevin or Emily or Elaine, can any of you just comment on John's thought that Crystal's reporting of what other towns do? Well, anyway,
Yeah,
you guys would know better.
Yeah, I'll take a swing at that. I don't know whether we're talking about ordinances other than what were listed in Crystal's article, but I did go and look up those 6 ordinances, and I was just trying to find my notes on them. If I recall correctly, 5 out of the 6 were either had a requirement that there be the compensatory benefit, whether it's additional density or a redevelopment plan, something like that. 5 out of the 6 either had that, or the zoning was specific to individual parcels or groups of parcels, like Avalon Bay, for example, where the density bonus was built into the zoning, but the set aside was required. So one way or the other, the bonus was there. I don't know whether anybody wants to jump in with more information, but I did go look those 6 up, and they were all there.
Can you read that? I didn't understand that at all. And if I'm not that I'm so smart, but if I don't understand it, I'm sure there are people in the audience that don't either.
So the 6 towns that Crystal listed in her article, I actually did go and look up their ordinances to see whether that 20% set aside was in fact by right, or whether the ordinance required the increase in density, the variance, whatever it is, the language that's currently in Princeton's ordinance. And one way or the other, 5 out of the 6 do in fact require that kind of compensatory benefit, either through the variance or they rezoned a parcel and built it into the rezoning with the requirement that there be the 20% set aside. So much as Avalon Bay did, for example, you built in enough zoning so Avalon Bay could provide affordable units. But that is the compensatory benefit. It's the increased density that was the incentive to the developer to do that. So those 5, it was absolutely not as of right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I want to respond to John very directly about both Avalon and Merwick Stanworth. All of those units, all of those affordable units would have been built and contributed under the current ordinance that we're all complaining about, or folks are all complaining about. So the fact is that the current ordinance provides for affordable housing in many, many, many cases around the town. And it's just these few cases that are exempt.
Right.
But all of the large slugs of affordable housing that we've gotten inside the borough boundaries since consolidation were developed under, would have been provided under this ordinance.
Right.
Okay, Michelle, and then you.
Yeah, I just want to give Kevin an opportunity to answer to this as well, because we kind of said, we were under the assumption that the 20% townwide. It was also there. My understanding now is that it's very, very limited. We don't even know. I mean, it's very limited, the amount of other possible as of right developments where this 20% exception would take place. But I mean, we've worked really hard on this redevelopment team to do the overlay zones, to include 20%, to include, more density and have more, more affordable housing opportunities. And there's a lot of development happening in town. So, I think we're, this is one example of an exception, but my understanding, and I just want Kevin to answer this because he's more familiar with it, but my understanding is that there's just going to be very few exceptions, and also, we are going to work on, the best way to address it. So, Kevin, do you want to just talk to that again?
Sure, I'm happy to. It's following the SPRAB meeting, I did talk to our engineering and planning departments, and based upon their analysis with our existing requirements that are in the code, there actually have been kind of disincentives to redevelopment. So therefore, looking at the analysis of what sites are available, which sites are likely to develop, the feeling is that there would be very few sites that would be able to take advantage of this, whether it's a gap loophole that was utilized in the Griggs Corner development. However, that's one of the things that we want to tighten that up and make sure that this doesn't occur again. And that's why we've actually been focusing on the fixes that would be necessary just to ensure that, whether it's, one site, a couple of sites or anything like that, that we can actually close that gap in very short order.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mia?
I think John raised the question of Merwick Stanworth and Avalon, and it's not my understanding that those were created under the borough ordinance, which is why I think there was an issue of whether or not they were accredited during the settlement. There was some confusion about that. So anyway, can you, I think that, can you, any of you, maybe Kevin, speak to whether Avalon Bay and Merwick Stanworth were created under the borough ordinance?
They were not created under the ordinance. So while the borough had the general set aside provision, Two thoughts. One, I think the borough recognized, as even council did throughout the settlement, to facilitate the production of affordable housing, the best and most effective way of doing that is being able to actually work with developers or incentivizing areas, zones, districts to foster the production of affordable housing and provide those density bonuses that have since then been built into the law. So when you look at Palmer Square, which was the settlement of litigation and provided a couple of units, Shirley Court and McLean Street were both done as borough-sponsored projects. Avalon Bay and Merwick Stanworth were actual discussions looking at what would be accommodatable on the sites and creating development or redevelopment plans for those sites. They were not actually done as of right and then in compliance with the borough's 20% set aside. Those were actual planning efforts undertaken by the staff and ultimately developers to actually produce those units. So in the settlement agreement, they are actually, for lack of a better term, credited differently because we were conducting an analysis of what units were produced via that set aside ordinance in trying to reconcile all of the prior round and then current need obligations. It's also important to note that this issue that was confronted and ultimately addressed by council was identified actually by Borough Council as, at least as in 2005, because the borough's housing element and fair share plan actually included a notation that the ordinance was not producing units. They had done their own study in 2005 and identified the fact that it was simply not producing the units that had been hoped. And the borough was actually looking to COA for permission to actually change that ordinance so that it could facilitate and incentivize additional affordable housing opportunities. We were able to kind of, separately, but take that same concept, and that's what has been noted here and in the memo, that with the overlays that have been in place, we've already had developer outreach with, from 3 different developers that will, if those projects come to fruition, do 12 to 13 affordable housing units, and that's with ordinances that have been in place for the last 6 months versus the ordinance that was in place for 30 years and produced, depending on how you want to count, anywhere from 5 at best 15. But the reality of it is, when you look at what was done and those sites, it's actually 5 to 7 units.
Thank you, Kevin. Mark, who's next from the public to? Veronica?
Hi, yes, my name is Veronica Olivares. I live on 26 Edward Place. Many of the questions were already answered that I have, but I just wanna, I also read the memo like several times, and it was, a little bit difficult. The language, the concepts were very, all, and I just, wanna, I'm a big advocate for a more vulnerable population, and I just wanna tell my neighbors who are right now, complaining. I understand that we need to ask questions and we need to kind of like figure it out moving forward. What are we gonna be doing? But we need to also understand that, like, in the last 13 years, we have around 15 affordable units, right? So now, we are already talking about plans to build 20 new affordable units, and council has approved zoning for 400 more over the next 3 years, right? So what is the difference? Why we are gonna have to be questioned? The memo is there, questions have been answered. So for me, it feels like, or people who are running and in these positions, the council and mayor who are now working and trying to do their job, I sometimes feel that it's unnecessary to have all, I agree that it's okay to express your disagreement and to ask questions, but at the same time, it's time for you, those neighbors who are complaining and raising, issues, to work together with the people who are, working hourly, so many hours, in making sure that they do a good job, right? So right now, the question is, yes, there was a mistake. The language of this, the ordinance was really arcane, and I think it's unnecessary to, we need to move forward. And I invite my neighbors who live in this community to, to read that memo, to understand that, like every person who is, fulfilling any position, no matter where, sometimes we make mistakes, sometimes, we oversee little details. But I mentioned this to you. I read the memo 5-6 times. I'm not a lawyer. My second language is English. And I did the effort to, to try to understand, right? And I'm a big advocate for, my low-income families in the community. Obviously, I'm gonna push, I'm gonna try for council and mayor to do a good job. But I just wanna thank everybody for, for spending so many hours and, dealing with this. Thank you.
Thanks for your advocacy, Veronica.
Thank you,
Veronica.
Veronica.
Is there anyone else from the public that wished to speak to the memo, or the situation overall? All right, seeing no one, no, I'm sorry. Is that another hand just go up?
Yes, I'm sorry to, I do have, if I may, ask two follow-up questions. One to Ms. Sisham. Which one is the one ordinance that is as of right? Of this, you mentioned 6, but 5 of the 6 are not, but 1 is. And the other question is, if Avalon Bay and Merrick Stanworth had been built under the old borough ordinance, how many units would have been built as opposed to the actual number?
I don't have the answer to the second question, and I probably don't even have a good answer to the first question because I haven't read their settlement agreement, so I don't know all the context. But the way I read their ordinance, it was the Township of Montclair that allows by right development requiring an affordable set aside, but only in certain zones. So it's possible that they rezoned those to be inclusionary. I just don't know.
I can add on to that, is that in Montclair, it was for specific multifamily and inclusionary zoning districts that were at a minimum density of the 8 units per acre. So they met that minimum presumptive density of the 6 units per acre.
Thank you both for that. I don't know if anyone can take a crack at the question, what would have happened if Avalon Bay and Merrick Stanworth had been built under the former borough ordinance?
So, the Avalon Bay project was built on the old hospital site. You couldn't build any housing of any kind, affordable or otherwise, without rezoning that site. I think that Merrick Stanworth is somewhat similar. I know there was a nursing home there. I'm not sure 100% what was permitted on that. And I do know there was also a Merrick Stanworth. There was already some university housing, nursing home. So it's a complicated question. You'd have to go back and look at what the ordinance was before. But I think, the point is that those sites were both rezoned, and within the new zoning that was written, affordable housing was required explicitly, and that's why it wasn't under the townwide set aside, but rather under the specific zoning that was created for the sites.
Maria, was there anything? I'm sorry, Mia.
Yeah, I see a lot of names of people in attendance who've been writing us letters with questions, and we've done our best to try to understand as council members the sequence of events and to get answers. But one of the reasons we asked the attorney and the planners to be here tonight was because it's sort of unwieldy to be the go-between in terms of asking questions and then sending information back. And so we were really hoping that the public would take this opportunity to ask questions. So if people have questions, now is the time to ask them. Please don't be shy. Ask our consultants to come here. And so if you have more questions, now's the time. So I wanted to-
Thank you, Mia. Maria, we're good? Okay, Mark, who's next? Jenny?
Hi, everybody. I don't want to beat a dead horse, which I think I've already done with my letter, but I did want to ask about the Merwick site again, because I've asked this before. I've been on the planning board, I believe, since around 2012 or 2011, and I didn't recall a rezoning hearing, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. But I just went and looked through my materials, which I saved. I also looked online, and I see that there was a change in the master plan to encourage housing on Merwick, and a site plan, which I remember the site plan approval at the planning board very well. But I don't believe there was a rezoning of that site. And I like I said, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but it is constantly brought up. And I think I'm putting forth that it was not rezoned. And I'm just kind of saying that in a way confrontationally, because I just wish someone would prove that it was rezoned, so I don't feel this aggravation about it, because I don't think it was rezoned. I could be wrong, but I have
Jenny,
no record.
do you recall, Jenny, whether there were any variances?
I don't know variances, just a site plan approval. Well, you mean through the zoning board? You know, I couldn't find any record of it online about any zoning hearings, just the site plan approval. So that's possible. So it would be, I just wish, I think it would be great if somebody could just take, maybe somebody even on the staff could take the time to prove that that really was rezoned, because it's definitely wasn't a big deal when it happened, because nobody can remember it, right? You don't remember a planning board hearing or a zoning board hearing.
So someone just texted me who should know from the audience that it was rezoned and the 20% set aside, but this person remembers it being rezoned by the council. Does that make any sense? It
would have been rezoned by the council, yes.
So that's what the person remembers, it being rezoned by the council, and the 20% set aside was added then. And Jenny, I can connect you to this person offline.
Okay, that's great. Thanks. So I hope I'm wrong about that, but in a way, I hope I'm wrong, because then I won't be so aggravated believing that it's being wrongly held up as an example, because I think the few units that we got out of that supposedly illegal ordinance should not be discounted so easily, since one unit is something that we take that costs a lot of money. I remember when I was on the council, when we were thinking about building one unit or a few units and how much it would cost. And now to be saying it doesn't matter, and especially since this Griggs Farm unit, I think it's wrong to minimize the units that we got, even if it was, unless, so anyway, that's all.
Jenny, nobody is saying that it doesn't matter.
Yes, they are. Everyone is saying the borough ordinance didn't work.
Okay.
And I'm saying
Tonight, everybody is saying we need to fix it.
Right. Dave, okay. Jenny,
okay, thanks.
Thanks, Jenny.
Okay.
Okay. Mark, who's next? We have, looks like two other names. Who are we? Mark, which one of these people was next in line?
It would be Ms. Moore, Yaina Moore.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Go ahead, Yaina.
We can.
Okay, thank you. I too would like to thank Jenny and E for having stepped up and actually became accountable for either the oversight or the lack of information, which still seems to be a question, given the council, if as it says, has said they either had an intent or a desire for the 20% set aside to continue. And it would have been the obligation of the attorney, certainly should have known the client to have expressed something that may be different than what had been the standard. So I applaud those two council people, former councilwoman, for having really, acknowledged that it's either an oversight or a lack of information on the part in terms of advice and briefing on the part of the attorney to have given them that information. With regard to the number of units, certainly there could never be a comparison on the number of units that the borough could provide as compared to the larger developments, new multifamily developments that occur in the township. Much of the borough's development often could be skirted in terms of the minimum number, needing 5 at least to generate 1 unit. And so there was the to which the developer contributed to. In most cases, the amount of money that was contributed to the housing fund it could have certainly represented production costs and might have in fact contributed to a township type of property production cost, and that the land values were lower. But in the borough, if to try to produce a unit, the amount of money that was coming into the fund was not sufficient on a per unit basis to create units unless the borough owned land, and they have done and did several developments for which they were the proponent and primary owner of the property. I still think it's a travesty that the way in which we found out through an application and obviously through the manipulations of an applicant to have recognized themselves to pull and then reapply to become eligible for the lesser requirement, because that also is an indication that the council wasn't aware of the ordinances that in fact they were supporting and putting forth to developers. There's a lot to be said around the locational value of affordable housing, and that it's not all in one area and that it is dispersed. And if what is necessary is to place the entire town under an overlay for affordable housing, then do so. If that's the one way around it. If it is only through a compensatory where there are land holdings that might be developed as of right, create that. I'm still not clear, given the way in which the Griggs Corner property had once been a separate lot, but now under the ownership of its neighboring property, how it now is as of right on some other aspects of the construction and demands, aside from the height of the building and the number of units, but also the provisions of parking and the things that now it perhaps benefits from proximity itself to its neighboring properties. It's very disappointing that the town has essentially revealed that something that was a strong, at least in the borough, tenet for affordable housing as a policy, whether it seemed not to be interpreted or thought to be a legal process, was in fact implemented for years, long before the township ever had interest in developing any affordable housing in the township. So there needs to be some kind of manner in which this is rectified, and that finding a unit that is, blocks or not even a walking distance from the center of town as a supposed substitute. It's not, it has nothing to do with the number. There are locational aspects that are important too. And this is key when you're going to be considering, as is evident, properties along Witherspoon Street, where there are many affordable units that are provided in the marketplace that are housing many of our downtown workers, and even on up Witherspoon Street, beyond Hellfish Street, should any of those buildings be redeveloped, because what will be happening is simply a displacement of what exists in the marketplace as affordable housing. I don't want to go past my time, but
You're close.
yeah, I know, but you can't just look at one being provided here and one being provided there, because what you're not looking at is the net effect of all of the decisions that are before you.
Thank you, Yana.
Mhm.
Okay. Mark, who's next to let in? Michael?
Yeah, just a couple quick comments. My recollection on Merwick Stanworth is the 20% was in place requirement, and it didn't get zoned for the 20%. Matter of fact, Stanworth was way under the residential density and on the existing Stanworth, and even now, Merwick Stanworth is not a dense development. There weren't a lot of any incentives, my recollection. There might have been some variances. But anyway, moving on, I'm sure you'll find that out, confirm it. Sort of related to the borough ordinance, but not on the low mod, just Mount Laurel. There used to be, I think there still is, some language regarding sort of workforce housing and trying to incentivize that for teachers and firemen. Just kind of heads up to check with that. And I'll try to check with the citation is to see if that got eliminated or if that stayed in. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mike. Is there, okay, Kristen?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Kristen Applegate from Princeton University Community and Regional Affairs. I just wanted to make a comment. I was listening and I heard the mention of Merwick Stanworth, and sort of frightening when you realize you've become institutional memory. So I just wanted to make a few comments here. So I did just want to point to the 2006 update to the community master plan that was drafted at the time that the hospital was indicating that they were going to be building a new hospital outside of Princeton and would be selling their land. Of course, now everyone knows the university has acquired some of those properties. One of those was Merwick Stanworth. In your update to your community master plan in 2006, it was recommended in the master plan that any rezoning of the Merwick Stanworth site would include a requirement of 20% set aside for affordable housing. And as a result, in 2008, the then Borough Council introduced an ordinance and passed an ordinance after review by Planning Board that was known as the MX ordinance, which rezoned the Merwick Stanworth property to the density to which it was redeveloped. And it included the 20% set aside, and it covered the entirety of the zone that had been the former hospital site, which was the Merwick Rehabilitation Center, and the previously, the section that was owned by the university known as Stanworth. So I just hope that helps to clarify that there was a rezoning process for Merwick Stanworth. It followed the recommendations of the community master plan, and it did at that point put in place the 20% set aside, which is the ordinance under which the university submitted a site plan and redeveloped the site.
Kristen, thank you.
And then I will just comment, because I was looking at the ordinance while we were meeting, and the density is 14 dwelling units per acre. That was permitted in that zone. So well above the compensatory benefit standard established by COA.
I just wanted to point out, apparently, I'm not sure if Ms. Applegate, it looks like she's off already, but Alex Mamina is actually someone who was waiting to speak. And I think we just need to let her know that she can unmute.
Okay, thank you very much. Ella, can you hear us?
So,
Mark, do you have a way to communicate with her or send her?
so it wasn't clear. I was told that she had wanted to speak, but also that she may be a panelist, though it's not very clear.
She can unmute. I don't have a way to unmute her.
Okay.
She's not a panelist, so if she's not speaking, then she's not a panelist, then maybe she can just be taken off the panel.
Okay, while Mark works on that, was there anyone else from the public that wished to speak on this issue? All right, seeing none, I would like to thank our three guests. Thank you very much for your time and for your help with answering our questions. I'd also like to thank Mia and David for all the work they've done over the last week and a half, 2 weeks to help us gather information and be prepared to actually answer public questions at tonight's meeting. So thank you to all of you involved in making this happen. Okay, so we're gonna move on to the next, hey, good night, thank you. Next item on the agenda, which is the 2021 budget review. Michelle, did you have some things you wanted to say?
Yeah, let me start. I'll start with the Finance Committee report and just kind of, and then I'll turn it over to Sandy and Mark. So I just wanted to say that, you know, as we preview this, that we're working to find some cost cutting to address the gap in the revenue this year, assuming that we're tracking at the same pace as last year with non-tax revenue. Our parking meter, parking garage revenue is significantly lower, as are municipal court costs and other licensing and permitting fees, which you'll see this evening. And conservative projections is we're looking at a shortfall of $2.5 million or $2.4 million in. So with the exception of last year, in a normal year, we usually have about a 2 to 3% tax increase to cover cost of living increases. Last year, we held it to 0. We would like to do the same this year because of the current pandemic economy, but this is going to be really hard to achieve. We're looking at everything. We're looking to our community partners to find cost savings. We're looking closely at our expenses, our parking utility budget, as well as our overall budget to see what can be trimmed. We're also looking to explore if there's any properties in town that, could be sold. For instance, we have the Clearview Avenue properties, for instance, that might be something that could help us with the budget gap. But these are all things that we kind of want to put everything on the table and really look at everything. So I just want to summarize that, this is an exceptional year. We believe that the decrease in the non-tax revenue is really COVID related and that it'll bounce back once businesses fully reopen and parking resumes. Permit licensings are being put off. Things like inspections and municipal court fees will come back. So the shortfall that we're looking at in 2021, as we saw in 2020, will hopefully be back to normal levels once the pandemic is behind us. So, and I just want to, in advance, thank Ms. Webb, Sandy Webb, and Mark DeShield for their hard work, and I'll turn it over to them to present. And my colleagues on the Finance Committee, Councilman Cohen and Councilwoman Sachs. Thank you.
Okay. Mark,
I'm glad that Sandy's going to start by walking you through just kind of where we are. And again, this is the budget as proposed. We are looking to make adjustments to the budget, so I'll let Sandy walk you through it.
Okay, so we started the budget cycle that we normally do back in the fall. At that point, we weren't really sure where things were still going with COVID, but the departments put together their budgets. We had to wait until, of course, year end to see where a lot of our revenue shook out at. And as Michelle mentioned, and I think council remembers from some actions that we took at the end of the year, we canceled a couple of big appropriations that we knew we were not going to move forward with to set us up for what our surplus was going to be, given that we were not able to turn over the $1.8 million of parking revenue from the parking utility into the operating budget. So these are the budgets as they stand right now, or everybody's so-called wish list. I mean, they're the operating budget, so you don't see a lot of disparities between what was what their adopted budget was and what their request is for this year. But one of the things that we started with Finance Committee, as Michelle mentioned, that we have a big hole to fill. I'll let Mark talk a little bit more about that. But so what we did was we took a first swipe at some of these budgets to see where we could make some reductions and, you know, help the process along a little bit. So I just wanted to walk through a couple of those for you this evening. So the first one, and I want to go through and do the admin decreases and then come back and talk about the potential increases as we're doing that as well. So in the administrative and executive salary and line budget here, we have an assistant administrator position that is currently vacant. We don't know what the new administrator will do when they are hired, but we wanted to leave some money in there, maybe not for an assistant administrator, but for an administrative assistant. So a high-end clerical support for the new administrator. So we felt pretty comfortable with taking $70,000 out of that budget. The next one that we spoke about, and again, these are things that we'd certainly like to have some dialogue with council on. There was a request made by the Environmental Commission to include a $20,000 increase in their budget for an environmental resource inventory, and that's going to be as part of the master plan. Right now, administration is recommending that this be removed from the budget. And as we go through this process, it's possible that we'll just put it in the column next to it and leave it in the budget here. The next one I have is the Historic Sites Office. Again, this is the Historic Pres District Design Guidelines. It's an amount that Historic Pres has put in the last couple of years. And as the budgets get tight, the last few years, it's been removed by administration.
Sandy, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm afraid we won't come back to it, but my understanding was the environmental resource inventory, it was being separated from the master plan update, but not removed altogether. Is the recommendation now to remove it altogether?
Well, one of the things that we have is for Michael Laplace, he's going back and he's looking at the numbers that he's provided in the master plan for the redevelopment, for the master plan update, and then also the environmental resource inventory to see whether we've got some things doubled up. And if right now the recommendation is from administration that this is going to be removed, but that's one of the ones that I know that we spoke about in the finance committee. So I suspect that that's going to be one that's going to want to be kept in.
Right, but I just want to make sure whether it's, I think we wanted it to be separate from the master plan allotment, but I want to reassure PEC members it's not that it's being removed altogether from the budget, right?
The recommendation from administration is that it's being removed, but this is what we want the council's direction on, whether this is something that we want to keep in this budget, then we will just leave this budget line alone and we will not reduce this amount.
Well, I thought that we were required to do it this year. I thought it was a state requirement. Maybe Eve can speak to that.
Yeah, that I'm not.
That's my understanding, is that the Environmental Commission has to do it every 10 years and that it's an integral part of the master plan. That was my understanding, but I don't know if one of, if there's something maybe our attorney can speak to, or I'm not sure who knows that.
We should talk to the planning office. I'm not sure that it is a requirement of the master plan. It's an element that I believe you can make part of the master plan, but we should get further guidance on that.
No, I think it's not that it's required as part of the master plan. I thought the request from PEC said that it's required. It's just required for for the town, not related to the master plan, unrelated to the master plan, that it's required it's a requirement of the town by state law on a periodic basis, and that has come due this year. That was, anyway, we can look into it, but yeah.
We can find that out. Also, now maybe a good point, it's not even in this budget because this is just the current budget, the current fund budget. So this is what impacts the taxes. But there was also a request from the Shade Tree Commission. Michelle, help me out here. I know you sent the email later today or earlier today about it.
Yeah, this is the shade tree inventory, which is about $60,000. And, you know, again, with a tight budget like this, I can go back to the Shade Tree Commission and see if that's something that could be done next year when we're back to a normal budget levels. So it's not in here right now, but I did get a request for that. So I'll have to find out if we can push it to next year or not.
Okay. So moving along, we have the fire miscellaneous other expenses. Their budget increased by roughly $70,000. Again, this was just one that we just felt pretty comfortable with being able to bring that number down a little bit. One of the things we also right now, you know, everybody's kind of under the gun to look at their budgets and see if there's any cuts or any changes that they can make to it. And so Michael Ye is looking at all of the fire and the fire inspection as well. So we're going to revisit all of the fire components. Police, we were able to reduce that budget, not a lot, but $5,000. Every little bit helps, we felt. Fire inspection, again, that's one that Michael Ye is going to revisit for us. Emergency management, we had a temporary OEM position in there that was covering a lot of the social media with related to COVID. And that person is no longer employed with us. So we felt, you know, we can make that reduction in that salary line as well. In the Board of Health, we have a position that is actually funded by a grant. So at the initial time that I put this document together, I was not including the grant in there. We weren't 100% sure we were getting it at that point. So now that we've been notified that we're getting this grant from the Board of Health, we are able to reduce the salary for the Board of Health and just reflect that over on the grant side. Also, with part of that grant, we also have, it also covered fringe benefits. So we're going to be able to make a little bit of a reduction in the group insurance as well. The next one that we have, you know, when I put some of the other department budgets together, this budget line of $100,000 for the contribution to affordable housing, that's the current fund's contribution to the affordable housing program. I know early on we were talking about the redevelopment plan and where all those projects were going to be put up at. In my mind, I was thinking maybe we needed to provide an additional amount of money in the affordable housing budget. It doesn't turn out that that's the case, so we felt pretty comfortable with reducing that budget back to the normal $100,000. And then the last one, again, this was just trying to be a little more proactive. This is one of the big lines that we were able to cancel in December of last year, which helped our surplus significantly in light of the of not turning over $1.8 million in parking revenues. This line, it's a little misleading, deferred charge to future taxation unfunded. It really covers the capital ordinances that we have not bonded for. I was hoping, you know, we could have maybe squeezed that up a little bit, but I just don't see that as happening for this year. So all of these changes that we've come up with account for about $1.2 million in reductions that we were pretty comfortable we could do, you know, without any real impact on the budget. Then we went back and we revisited any additional increases from when this document was put together. There was a $70,000 request for an economic development plan. And Michelle, if you want to jump in and explain that a little bit, that would be great.
Yeah, when a municipality undertakes to do a special improvement district study like we have, If the group, if the steering committee finds that they want to move forward on that, then there would be an additional fee to the consultant and possibly some startup money. So we just put a little extra in there. It really will know in about a month. I think 4 or 5 more. They're having weekly meetings. It's going along pretty well, and but it's really up to the group to decide. And then we'd have public meetings, public hearings, and then we would hire Stuart, or we would hire Stuart to help in terms of creating a 501c3 organization with a board of directors. And then by ordinance, we would do an assessment to the businesses, and they would decide what percentage would be assessed to various businesses, and that monies they would raise would go towards doing things like helping with vacancies, having marketing, having improvements and that type of thing, like a special improvement district does. And we're looking at having the entire town of Princeton be involved in that. So it's been extremely positive, but I wanted to make sure we had some earmarked funding if this does move forward, so that we can support them as do all municipalities to get them off the ground. It's kind of like sending them off, and then once they have the assessments in place in 2022, they would run their own funding. We would just gather the money and turn it over to them as far as the assessments.
Okay. Again, I mentioned in the planning board, Michael is going back and revisiting some of these additional requests, one of which is expanding a part-time clerical position that was for historic pres and expanding that position to be a full-time position. And that would cover not only the planning board, but also historic pres as well. Again, he's going to go back and revisit the request for the additional position, as is he's going to review the request for the redevelopment plan for North Harrison and Franklin and Maple. He's requested $150,000 there. And then on the master plan, there was a request for $250,000. One of the things that we already believe is that some of this work has already been started. We believe that it was done last year. So we think that we could certainly bring these numbers down a little bit, but we're just waiting to confirm that with Michael. The group insurance, and if we expand a part-time position to full-time, we're going to need health benefits for that person. Also, a meeting or two ago, you heard David Goldfarb talk about the need for expanding positions in the sewer operating committee. So this is expanding the health benefits for those employees as well. And I wasn't really sure what the salary range would be, but I was thinking probably roughly 50, 55,000. These are for 3 new positions for the PSOC staff, the sewer operating. And we also were just told by the sewer operating committee that we got a notice from DEP that we need to have an operator in charge position, a management position, to run our facility, and that comes to the tune of paying a staff member an additional amount of money. So these are just all some increases that we knew about.
Sandy, can I interrupt with a quick question? So the
Sure.
benefits for the sewer staff come from this budget, but do their salaries come from the sewer trust fund? Could you explain a little bit what comes from where?
Not from the sewer trust fund. Once we've got this budget pretty much tied down, I'll do a calculation on what the sewer rate should be. That's what comes in with your tax bill as part of your tax bill. And that rate will be set to cover all of the additional expenses related to sewer. So these 3 positions will not have any impact on the tax rate because they're going to be covered by the sewer rate fee that we will charge.
Thank you for clarifying.
So we were able to reduce $1.2 million out of the budget, and just that quickly we added 800 back. So as you can see, I mean, this is definitely a work in progress. We are hoping to do an introduction of the budget for the next council meeting. That will keep us in accordance with the state statute that extended the budget calendar for us. So that will still have us introducing before the end of March, which is what the revised statutory date is now. So with that, I will turn it over to Mark, and he can go through the presentation that he has on what some of the non-discretionary and discretionary spending is. That we shared this with the Finance Committee at the end of last week.
Thank you, Sandy. Before we go into that, I just wanted to make another comment just on the revenue side. I know Councilwoman spoke earlier about the decreases in revenue from last year. What we are recommending is that the council, we use, as you know, we made a number of decisions at the end of last year to generate additional surplus. So we're making a recommendation that we use additional surplus this year. That way, to make the revenue side of the budget neutral, we're going to recommend roughly, and we'll get the details, roughly $2 million of additional surplus that'll make us whole, because we believe we will recapture that in the following year as we come out of COVID. So that being said, we're really talking about the expenditure side of the budget. So one thing I wanted to provide council is just to walk you through an exercise. We've using during the budget presentation, I've walked through this before. It really is to look at what is our discretionary spending. So when we look to make cuts, what are we really talking about? So I'm going to walk you through that. First, we'll just look at the entire budget from the major expenditure categories. We have salary and wages, which are $18.9 million and represent about 28% of our budget. Our other expenses, which is everything else, that represents 72% of the budget. So when we look at what are those spending items within our budget that are really not discretionary? The first one we have is our debt service. This is based on the debt that we have in the budget and it's due. There's $11.2 million of that, those expenditures. Then we have our statutory expenditures. Those include things like Social Security, our pension payments, state unemployment benefits. Those are required payments, $4.7 million. Then we have our insurances, which are $6 million. And again, these are required and they go hand in hand with our salary and wages or our health insurance, but we still have liability insurance, workers' compensation insurance. Then we have an obligation to provide a minimum funding to our library. That is $2.8 million in expenditures. And then we have a statutory line item, which is called the Reserve for Uncollected Taxes, $3 million. So in total, you have $27.8 million of just discretionary non-discretionary spending that you have. In addition, if you look at that, and Ms. Niedergang spoke about it just a little bit, we have our sewer expenses. Well, they're covered through other revenues, so we can kind of take that out because those revenues do not affect the taxes because there will be corresponding revenue associated with that. So if you subtract that out of the budget, you really have about $32 million of this budget is really an area in which the municipality really doesn't have, won't affect taxes and really doesn't have that discretion. So if you net that out, what we're really talking about, if you're just looking at the other expenses, is about $15.6 million that you're looking at if you're talking about cutting the budget. And I would ask Sandy just to kind of, I know one of the things that we talked about was getting the budget to zero. And I don't recall what the number was, but what was the number we would have to get to zero, Sandy?
We had to, outside of the 2 million, because we've already committed that 2 million in surplus, we would need an additional $2.7 million in either budget cuts or revenue increases in order to get to a zero tax increase for this year.
So what this does is illustrate to you just $2.7 million out of the $15 million in other expenses, or you would be hitting your salary and wages. And quite frankly, in salary and wages, most of these are union employees, either police, DPW. By the time you go through the union process, that's half a year. And just as a general rule, that means if you're reducing that, you're talking about 2-to-1 reduction in staff just to get one position. So as you say, there's not a lot of room in the budget, and this is to illustrate to council. There are some hard decisions to make if you wanted to get to a zero. However, as we indicated, there are a number of recommendations we have already made in the budget that Hopefully we can work with those. And what we'd like to do is to get some idea of where council would like to be. And again, let me just talk about process of the budget. We're looking to introduce the budget. The introduced budget is really the start of the public process of the budget. That's when we introduce the budget for the first time to the public. It's published where people look at the budget and make comment. What we're looking at council is we should at least bring a budget in at that point. That is a point where council is comfortable at a rate that they're comfortable with. We can make additional reduction in the budget between introduction and the final approval of the budget. So we wanted to get some idea from council. So we're really looking for your input at this point.
David.
Yeah, I just want to mention, I was looking a little bit at the master plan to try and figure out an answer to this question about the environmental resource inventory or natural resource inventory. There is a component of the master plan called the conservation element, and it looks very much like a natural resource inventory, and then recommendations about, how to preserve, increase, and so on and so forth. It was last updated in 2005. So if there is some kind of a 10-year update required, we're way behind. But I suspect that's not the case. I think that the 10-year requirement is what we had about 3 years ago, where every 10 years you need to do, what was it called, Mark, that Lee Solo provided shortly?
Re-examination.
Yeah, a re-examination of the entire master plan, where you just look at things that need to be updated, sort of between major overhauls of the master plan. So I suspect, to Mia's point, it sort of does belong, updating the natural resource inventory sort of does belong in the master planning, the overall master planning effort. But I also suspect that it does not need to happen this year, because we're expecting that overhaul of the master plan to be a 2-year effort. So my sense is that's something that has a little flexibility to it in terms of scheduling it.
I'll check back with PEC and see if that's accurate.
Thank you. Dwayne, you had your hand up?
Yeah, a question for Mark and Sandra. You mentioned during that presentation, and thanks for that presentation, that in order to not increase taxes or lower revenues, you mentioned there's a $2.7 million difference that needs to be made up. And you also mentioned somewhere in there about we can possibly take money from the surplus. Is that correct?
That's we've already taken $2 million in surplus to cover the revenue side. The entire gap is about 4.7 million. We're taking 2 million to make up that. So we then have $2.7 million of additional gap that we need to make up.
Okay. The question on that, when we take money from the surplus, does that affect, I know a lot of the rating agencies who look at us, look at our surpluses, et cetera. Does that affect how, could possibly affect how the rating agencies look at us, since we have that wonderful AAA rating, which gives us better interest rates, et cetera?
What I would say is this: one of the things, because we made the decisions we made last year, we were able to explain the reason for why we're doing the additional. Plus, we generated even more surplus than we would ordinarily generate, just for this purpose. So it's very easy to go back to the rating agency and explain why we're using so much surplus in this year, and the fact that it's not where people get concerned if you're using surplus to in a way where you're going to generate a deficit in the following year. And we said the revenues we see a shortfall in, expect those revenues to return. There are things like parking. When the COVID situation is over, we expect those revenues to come back, and we will not need the $2 million in the following year. So it's a one-time expense as far as we're concerned in terms of use of that surplus.
Okay, I didn't want to fix one problem and then contribute to creating another problem that can cost us on the other side.
And I sort of wanted to mention, Dwayne, that we very much focused on this in the Finance Committee meeting. And we're asking the question, could we take even more than the 2 million? And we're steered away from that very much for the reasons that you're alluding to, which is that we know that with some of our affordable housing needs for borrowing that are going to be coming up in the next year or so, that, you know, it would really be shooting ourselves in the foot to weaken our bond rating, and if it meant higher interest rates.
Right. Thanks.
Yeah.
Michelle.
Yeah, I wanted to mention a couple of things. So I mean, so what's on the table right now is we are talking to our community partners to see if they have any funding sources or ways to help us offset what we put in there. So that's one thing we're looking at right now. And I want to mention too, I mean, this isn't an unusual situation for us to do a 2 or 2.5 or 3% tax increase. But because it's COVID, we just wanted to see how tightly we can approach this. And if we could have 0 or the least amount of tax increase possible, it would be more, it would be better, as people are really hurting, as our residents, to give them tax relief. So I just want to also mention that there are those 2 properties, those 2 Clearview properties that we own that are in the single family home district, that could possibly be 1.4, 1.5 million if we were to sell both. So I don't want us to have any stones we don't turn, and see what are the possibilities of what we can do for tax relief this year in this situation, because we know going forward we're healthy, we've got a good, we've got this revenue that will come back, but we have the COVID situation to deal with. So I'm going to throw that out there and ask if that's something that we want to consider.
Eve had her hand up first.
Yeah, Michelle and I spoke about this before. I'll repeat what I said, which is once those properties are gone, we don't get them back. There's a limited amount of real estate in Princeton, and I know we're making an effort to look at all of our holdings, all of the properties we own, and to assess them. And it's hard for me to let those properties go without knowing what the big picture looks like in terms of what other uses might have for them. And again, once they're gone, that's it. We don't, there's no way of getting them back. So I'm not saying I won't entertain the idea, but I just hate to rush into something that, we might have some other unanticipated use for them in a short period.
David?
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I was looking to see if Jenny Cremiller was still in the meeting, but she actually liked to remind us before she left council that those properties associated with the old PFAS location were very much envisioned at the time the property exchange was made as being for recovering expense. In other words, and obviously we're not bound by that. It doesn't exist anywhere in an ordinance or anything like that. But the council at that time, when they exchanged the current PFAR site for that other location, was envisioning liquidating those properties, and maybe not even just the Clearview houses, but also the PFAR site itself. So
I think that's fine. That's Jenny's recollection, but in talking to some of the then council people, I would say that there was not a majority of council that had an idea of how all those properties would eventually be used, because there was some thought by some council members that those properties could be used for affordable housing at some point. Now, obviously the landscape's changed quite a bit, but to reinforce what Eve said, I think when the municipality owns property, you should do all you can to never get rid of that property, because you never know what a future use is. And then again, without knowing the big picture, I don't know that it's worth it to try to make a short-term gain on it right now. But anyway, other council comment? Leticia.
Yeah, just, I have made myself some notes because I know there's going to be a resolution that is somewhat related to those properties. But I noticed that some of the wording said that those properties would be to be reused for public purposes to benefit the Princeton community.
Only the former PFAS building.
Yeah.
So, but it still, it hasn't been, as far as I know, it hasn't been used at all. So,
Right, but no, I'm sorry. I was just trying to clarify that that wording was specific to the former PFAS building and not to the two residential properties.
right. But yeah, but my point was that the building has, as far as I know, hasn't been used at all. So it's something that I would like for us to explore until we know for a fact how it's going to be used.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Well,
Mia?
Deanna was kind enough to just send me the exact language of the MOU. We have so many helpful audience members tonight. Princeton agrees that upon the acquisition by Princeton of the PFARS properties, plural, I assume that means the houses, said properties will be utilized by Princeton for a public purpose that meets the health, safety, welfare, and or financial needs of the Princeton community. So it seems like it's pretty open for a public purpose or sale in the you know, in terms of meeting the financial needs. So I guess we just have to figure out what is most needed.
Yeah.
And I'm not persuaded in any one direction or another at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Eve and then Michelle.
Michelle, was your comment on this topic? Because I have a unrelated.
Okay, then let me just wrap up by saying that I agree in theory that, we should be really cautious about moving forward on any sale of any, properties, but those particular properties are like in a single family home scenario where I think, you're not going to really be able to maybe have the same public use of those. You don't have the parking, and you have a certain neighborhood and neighborhood character there. So it may make more sense in terms of that, just to sell those particular properties, not the PFARS piece, but the two.
I just want to point out that these are in the redevelopment investigation zone, so they wouldn't necessarily remain as there's lots of, they're not statically remaining what they are.
Okay. All right.
Have to bring up what I consider to be the elephant in the room, which is the police budget. And I wonder if maybe, I know we're hiring new officers, if maybe could that be slowed? Could, instead of bringing on, I think maybe 5 or 6 in the next year, could we do 4, postpone 1 or 2 to the next year? And I think that's something, again, this is not something, I think our police department is pretty lean and does a wonderful job serving the community, but it seems like there's pain that has to go around. And I think, as Michelle has said, like everything has to be on the table. So I think that's, it's definitely by far our biggest single, department and most expensive department. And I think that is something we need to consider as we consider other components of the budget.
Thank you.
Yeah, there are further changes that we can make on the budget. We've already had that conversation with the chief, and they have, I have 5 vacancies in the police budget right now. They are looking at doing, they push back hire dates and hoping to get 3 maybe before the summer, and then another 2 in the fall. So they're already kind of thinking about that process a little bit in terms of how they can help with this budget process that we're going through. So that's why I mentioned before, there are some other changes that I know that we can make. I don't think I can find I'm sure I can't find $2.7 million, but I think every little bit will help, to get us to something that's palatable for all of you.
David?
Along those lines, I actually want to remind people that our transition to the vehicle leasing program that we are just embarking on this year includes 4 police vehicles, and that leasing, those used to be purchased out of operating funds, not out of capital. And so the expenditure for those 4 leased vehicles should be significantly less than we would have been spending to purchase those 4 vehicles. And I want to make sure, Sandy, that that's reflected in your numbers as you refine them.
I just wanted to give the council, we have some direction as we move to introducing a budget. And I wanted to know if council was at least comfortable, and I think Sandy has some additional ideas in terms of making some reductions. If we were able to bring you in something that's under a 2%, at least for initial introduction, as we continue to go through this process. I just want to make sure that we hit our statutory requirements for getting a budget in, and if that's something that's at least palatable to council.
Comments?
I think that's
Mark, I guess you want to be clear. You're saying a budget that under 2% increase. Is that
correct?
Just for the sake of the public. Okay.
Further, I'm going to look at
I don't
Sandy.
think
Something that you think we can get to.
So, hey, Mark, if I could ask one question just to clarify that. Are we saying 2% of the last year's budget, this budget would increase by? Or are you saying a 2-cent increase in the tax rate?
That's why I'm looking at Sandy, because I want to make sure I'm saying the right thing.
A 2% increase over the local rate. So not a 2 cent, 2% higher than what the rate was last year.
Can you give us some historical perspective, Sandy? I know that last year the mayor was very concerned, pushed for the budget to be kept at a 0 increase due to the hardship of COVID. But for those of us who are newer on council, can you give us a longer perspective of what on average?
Yeah, we've usually gone up. I mean, we've held it at 0 a few years, certainly last year. I believe the year before that, we went up about a 1.5 cent tax increase. That's generally where we come in around 1.5, 1.7, which is, I think, the direction that Finance Committee was heading in when we met. So that's something that I think we can strive to achieve. Again, I don't know that we'll get all the way down to that, but certainly I think that gives us a clear starting point, and then we can, continue the dialogue with council on the budget.
Another question. Oh, me?
Yeah, Dwayne, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. Are we satisfied that we have exhausted all other possibilities of revenue growth beyond tax increases, such as whatever federal grants are out there, those types of things? Like, have we made sure that we've looked at every possible source of making up for this gap, aside from looking at possible possible tax increases? So can we increase our revenue? Are we satisfied that we've figured out every other possible way of increasing revenue, but for taking it from our taxpayers?
And I would say I feel comfortable saying that, particularly in the time that we're in. Most of our revenue shortfall is directly related to the situation that we have with COVID, with people being, not visiting our downtown, our parking revenues down. That's a big part that comes over to our budget. There's just less activity. With the reduction in activity, we've seen a reduction in our revenues. And that's why I said I felt comfortable with using some additional surplus to kind of make up for that. In terms of grants and aid, I'm not sure, at least at this point, and I know there's maybe potential if we see some more, we will definitely look at that. I don't know how much is out there, but we're always looking at that, and that may be something that comes, money that comes from the federal government in the next couple of weeks, then that's something we could look at. But at this point, I feel comfortable.
Okay. I mean, I agree. If I can just carry on what Mark was saying, we're hearing about this next round of stimulus that's coming out, and how there may be some funding that's going to go to the local level. We don't know what that number is going to be yet, but certainly it sounds like it's going to be something that's going to be released within the next couple of weeks. And certainly if that's something that we know early on, then maybe we will be a little bit more comfortable taking some, another $1 million from surplus if we know we're going to get some stimulus money. So certainly as we move through this process, I think we need to keep all of that open so that we know, if there's a potential for additional revenue.
David.
I just wanted to, you sort of alluded to it, Sandy, but wanted to make sure my colleagues understand, you can't budget for a grant that you haven't yet received. So if Sandy or Mark can explain how that works. We do have lots of grant that comes in every year, and you don't see it though in the initial budget because we can't guarantee it. So talk a little bit about the state rules for budgeting around that kind of income.
So in terms of the revenues, we cannot anticipate more than what was collected in a prior year. Now, in this particular year, because of COVID and because so many towns, did not realize a lot of their revenues in 2020. We were certainly one of them. We were in a position though, where we were able to cancel big appropriations that kind of had an offsetting, for our surplus. Our surplus ended up being a little bit higher than it was because we took some proactive measures at the end of 20. Had we not done that, this would be a whole different ballgame of how we would be talking about this budget. In this particular year, though, the state is allowing us to take an average of our revenues. And we talked again with Finance Committee about this for quite some time. So they're letting us look at the revenues we collected in 20, 19, and 18 and taking an average of them. What I don't want to do is I don't want to set us up then to fail next year because 18 and 19 revenues were really good, 20 not so good. And if we're taking an average of 2 out of 3 years that were really good, I think we're just going to set ourselves up for failure for next year. So as we look at this budget, we're not just looking at the 2021 budget, we're thinking also of what the impact's going to be on the 2022 budget. If we're with the expectation that everything is going to be back to some sense of normal for us. So although we're allowed to do that, we're not recommending that because again, I think it's just setting us up for more problems down the road. But David is right. We can't anticipate grants we have not gotten yet. So if there is a stimulus amount that's coming, we're not going to be able to bring that into our budget, until we actually collect the money. By then, my guess is we'll be through this budget process.
And then it'll roll over into surplus, right?
Correct.
Next year. Yeah, and like Dwayne, you brought up a really good point about making sure that our credit rating stays high because we are going to have to bond for a lot for the affordable housing next in the coming years. So, yeah.
I just wanted to say that this is by no means good news, but I know how hard Sandy and Mark and the Finance Committee, Mia and Michelle and David have worked on this, and I, am confident that we will continue to look for whatever types of savings or delaying of expenses that we can. And I think the attitude really has to be, nothing is sacred, nothing is off the table. But given all of that, I have to respect the advice that our professionals are giving us. And much as I would love to say taxes need to stay flat, that's clearly not possible. And so Sandy and Mark, if you think 2% is where we are, this pains me to say it. My husband will certainly be writing me a very angry letter. But I don't see a feasible alternative at this point. Just saying, I know that we will work our hardest to move that number down from 2%. But if that's what it has to be, I'm I can accept that. So.
Any other comments? Okay, I'm sorry, Mia.
I just want to know if we have a read on where the county is this year in terms of their budget, because it has such a major impact on us. And you know, we do pay twice as much to the county as we do to the municipal budget. And do you think that is as much as we shave off and try to cut our municipal budget, you know, the impact of the county on our ability to realize savings is, of course, immense. And so I'm just wondering, where do we have we had any communication, or what we're looking at in terms of the county budget this year?
I have not seen or read anything about the county's budget yet. I'm not sure where they are in the process. We can certainly follow up with them to pose that question to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I also want to point out, Eve and I had a little back and forth about this a couple days ago. They could actually reduce their budget, and our share of the county taxes could still go up.
Right.
Because if we know that our real estate prices have really been booming in Princeton, and if our property values are going up and they're going down in other municipalities in the county, a process happens that's called equalization, where they reallocate the amount of taxes to each municipality based on the value, you know, their property values. So that's just, I mean, it's not going to affect the rate that we're contributing to the overall tax burden, we the municipality of Princeton, but our residents need to be aware that they could see their taxes go up. As a result, you know, both of the county not necessarily spending more, but because of this equalization.
And just for clarity, so right now, according to our latest tax figures from our tax collector, I think the municipal budget is 19% of what taxpayers pay. School is 49% and county is 31 or 32. Somebody check my math, but I think that's right. And then the county share has gone up in the last couple of years, and it could be because of the that they-
I just want to
Michelle?
one comment based on great music there, the background. I just wanted to say that I think it's really important too that we work with the county and see if there are ways that they can help fund and pick up some of the slack here. So I think that's a conversation that we need to open up and continue, because there may be some areas there that can really help us. So since we're paying anyway.
Yeah. Human services in particular, we were having a conversation the other day about
Good.
how they really could be doing more to help our population, our most vulnerable population, who are not getting the support from the county that they would be if they were living in another, you know, municipality.
Yeah. Okay.
Good. Any other comments on the budget preview?
Thank you,
Right.
Sam and Mark, and the finance.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so let's move on. We have a presentation on 5G wireless project overview.
Good evening. Mark, can you please bring in Jim Purcell, Bruce Eisenstein, and Elizabeth Kim, please? So while we're waiting for everybody to be brought in, Jim Purcell's our land use engineer. He and Elizabeth Kim, our historic preservation officer, have been working together to collaborate with Verizon, who has come in with a proposal to do a 5G installation in Princeton. And also joining them is Dr. Bruce Eisenstein, who is our technical consultant for everything wireless and telecommunications. Jim, with that, I'll turn it over to you.
I am, if it's okay with the council, thank you, Mayor and council members for inviting us this evening. I would like to, we have a 12 slide presentation. We don't want to take too much of your time, but it will help us if I can share my screen and run through the slide presentation with your permission. And I'll jump right in. So this is an overview of the 5G program that Verizon is proposing within the municipality of Princeton. This is this has been going on for about a year now. We have been spending a lot of time walking the historic districts and the downtown area with Verizon and their representatives to look at the sites where they're planning on putting in their 5G facilities. So this is kind of a quick overview of where that will be, what 5G is in comparison to 4G, and some looks at the types of facilities you will see being put in throughout the municipality, and a little bit of a discussion from Elizabeth on how the Historic Preservation Commission is working with Verizon. If there are any questions that we can't answer, there are two representatives from Verizon. Kevin Jones of Zublat Jones is available. He's their attorney. And Kiana, and I'm drawing a blank on her last name. I'm sorry, I think it's Watkins, is their real estate representative, and they are available this evening if you would like to hear from them. Let me go. There we go. So I'm going to turn it over to Bruce Eisenstein right off the bat, because he's the radio frequency and communications expert, and I am not as much an expert, so he can discuss the difference between 4G and 5G. Bruce?
No, I hope you can hear me. I don't see myself on the screen, so I don't know if this is just a disembodied voice, but
we can hear you.
Okay, great. So the first thing, there's a couple things that we should understand about 5G. And first of all, the G in there stands for generation. This is the 5th generation of cell phones. The 4G is the 4th generation. It's confusing because in your house, those of you that have Wi-Fi networks have often a 5G network in your house, but the G in that case stands for gigahertz, not generation. So it's a wholly and totally different thing. Second thing is that 5G is not going to replace 4G. They're really different beasts and are going to serve different functions. 4G will remain, and the likelihood is for the foreseeable future, voice calls, many of your data calls, many of the other things that you're presently doing with your smartphone will continue to be done on the existing 4G network. What 5G does is it creates an entirely new environment where on the street with your wireless device, you would have speeds well in excess of what you get on Wi-Fi in your home or in your offices. These will exceed Wi-Fi speeds. And we have yet to develop, first of all, the standards for how this new 5G network will work. And secondly, we haven't developed really the applications for it. So here we have a case of a technology that is still emerging. It's not yet fully formed. Now, I know you see advertisements from Verizon and from others for their 5G network, and they talk about how great it is. And I know people, and I've also had my students do some tests on this. The 5G right now is running essentially on the 4G frequency bands, and therefore it's really, if anything, only marginally better in terms of speed, and in some cases maybe a little worse. In order to achieve the speeds that 5G promises us, we're going to have to fundamentally go to much, much higher frequency bands. So the next band that's going to be there, and you can see this on the slide that's in front of you, you'll see on the left-hand side, it says a macro cell, and it says a 5G millimeter wave. Then there's a purple thing that says sub 6 gigahertz 5G, and then a blue thing that says 4G. And then on the right-hand side, it says 5G millimeter wave. Essentially, what we're looking at is the coverage from the 6 gigahertz band, which is much higher than the present 2 gigahertz band, which is where cell phones are presently operating in the 4G LTE environment. The coverage is much less, even much less, much less than what's shown on that diagrammatically. When you get to the even higher bands, and they're talking about 27 gigahertz, 35, and the FCC has recently let out at auction 95 gigahertz. When you're talking about these millimeter wave bands, the coverage is extremely small, extremely small. What that means is it means that you use many, many nodes much closer together. And those nodes are generally going to be handling what are called fixed traffic environment. In other words, there'll be a node that might communicate with an office building, and within the office building, there'll be a redistribution of the 5G signal. So, and okay, this diagram shows a little bit of that. So what would happen is where that blue is on the right, you would have perhaps a 5G node out on the street that would communicate to the office building, and in the building they would have what's called an in-building femtocell or femtosite. So this is very much an evolutionary process. But 5G will be here, and the thing that I tell my students over and over again is that right now I'm not creative enough to think of all the possible uses that are going to occur for 5G. But once it's there, and the really smart engineers that are out there in the United States and elsewhere in the world are going to come up with uses that we've not thought about. The analogy that I often give is that 20 or 25 years ago, some of my technicians in my department came to me and said, you know, Dr. Eisenstein, there's this thing called the internet, and it's really going to be a big thing. And I listened to them, and I thought to myself, you know, I don't know what we'd ever do with it. And I think back now, and I never envisioned Amazon, Uber, Google. I mean, none of those things ever came into my mind. And so you look back from the viewpoint of today and you think, how could I have been so stupid? Of course, I should have realized all those things, but like everyone else in the world, I did not. So I think that that's where we are with 5G. I believe it's not going to be, it will not be an evolutionary change in wireless communication. I believe it's going to be revolutionary, and it will make a huge difference in where we're going. So the question then for municipalities is how, with this very limited coverage and this increased need for a density of nodes, how do you accommodate that in an environment like Princeton, which is largely residential, historic sections, beautiful areas? And the answer is that these nodes are essentially going to be almost everywhere where they want to put them, on light standards, perhaps on traffic lights, perhaps, but less likely on sides of buildings. But the nodes are going to be everywhere because each node will have a very short range of coverage. And as a result, they need a lot of them in order to accomplish it. So Jim, I think that's all I'd like to say now.
Yeah.
And maybe we can go on and look at what they're planning.
Let me jump in, and Bruce, if you could assist me on some of this. This is what Verizon calls their polygon. This is where essentially the major coverage area is. I mean, they have coverage outside of this polygon, but this is the densest part of the municipality, and this is where they really want to boost the coverage, densify the network, and be able to provide service to the largest number of residents possible.
So Jim, do you want me to explain to the board what's on there?
Yes, please.
Okay. So first of all, this is the 4G coverage. This is not 5G. And you notice at the bottom of that drawing is two things that look like fan blades. Sort of towards the red area at the bottom. And then up at the top, straight above that, is another fan blade thing. Those are existing macro sites for their 4G coverage. Those are actual real sites. The color that you see on there, the red color, is excellent coverage for a 4G system. Going down to the greens, by the way, I've never seen so many gradations. Now, I didn't know there were that many different greens. But going into the greens, you have what would be considered good, actually, all the way down to the turquoise type green is really design level coverage for 4G. And the poor coverage would be the blues, and I don't really see any on this map. I've looked at it a couple times before this meeting. I didn't see anything. So the essence of it is that with 4G right now, Verizon has adequate coverage, and they get that with the 3 macro sites, and those other circles on there are small sites, small cells that give them a little bit of extra coverage. Okay, Jim, you want to go to the next slide? So what they're proposing to do is those green pins that are there are 5G nodes. So you'll notice that those 5G nodes go along major streets. They do not go into residential areas. They do not go into areas to a large extent that are off of the streets. What that is a 5G overlay over the existing 4G system. So what these pins are going to be are small nodes mounted on light standards or mounted on existing utility poles, the top of utility poles, and they will provide 5G coverage, which I think they're going to show on the next slide. Yeah, so where you see the green on that slide, that green will be where there will be 5G coverage in that particular section. Of course, that's not all of Princeton. That's only one part of Princeton, but that's where the 5G coverage will be. And it looks like it's mostly along Nassau Street, to some extent up 206, and then around other areas where they're going to have some dense population. So it's not everywhere, and certainly you're not going to see, because of the small coverage you get from those nodes, you're not going to see 5G in suburban, true suburban or rural areas. It's just ineffective out there, and it's not going to happen.
Bruce, can you talk a little bit about the millimeter wave and its the distance it travels and its inability to travel through surfaces?
Yeah, so the thing is, as you go up in frequency, and just again, to put it in some perspective, when cell phones first came out, whatever it was in the late 1980s, the only band that they were operating at was 800 megahertz. They then later got what they called the PCS systems that operated at 1900 megahertz. The difference in coverage between 800 and 1900 was enormous. And in order to provide service at 1900, they had to put many more sites in, many more macro sites, that is towers, essentially cell phone towers. the reason that the coverage gets so difficult is that as you go up in frequency band, the signal gets absorbed by particles in the atmosphere, by pine needles on pine trees, by moisture in the air. I mean, there's a lot of absorbers of these higher frequencies. And as a result, you get what we would describe as much more of a line of sight coverage rather than a broadcast coverage that you get from the lower frequencies meaning the 800. And by the way, today they've added some other bands, or 600, 700, and 800. And then in addition to the 1900, there's 1700 and 2100. So and those are the conventional bands that we have today. And anyone that has a smartphone, an up-to-date smartphone, your phone seamlessly switches between these bands. But when you start getting up to the much higher frequencies, even at 6 gigahertz, and certainly at 35 and further up, what you find is the coverage gets very, very line of sight, and it does not penetrate very well. It does not go through walls or trees or almost any obstacle. So the result is that with a macro site, typically not so much in Princeton, but in areas around Princeton, I should tell you, just by the way, for those of you that don't know me, I've now consulted for 125 different municipalities in New Jersey. So, and I do exactly what I'm doing with you. I talk to them about how these systems work and answer questions from the board. If you go to an area like East Amwell, which is not too far from Princeton, or Hopewell, at a 120-foot macro site off the ground, you'll get about 1.5 miles of coverage at the 800, and probably half a mile of coverage at the 2100. With a millimeter wave that is a 5G node on top of a 30-foot traffic pole, you'd probably get in the range of 500 feet of coverage. So if you think of the poles being 1,000 feet apart and they would overlap at the 500-foot point, that's about the densification that you would need to put a 5G network in.
Thanks, Bruce. Yeah, I think the biggest point is that these are mostly street level coverage. Sitting inside a building, the 5G is not going to be effective for you. So it's really important. I'm going to talk a little bit about
I should just point out one thing, that with the 5G, the providers do not want to put them on a 120-foot existing monopole, because they've already lost that 120 feet in getting down to the ground. So if you only have 500 feet of coverage, you don't want to waste 100 feet getting it from the top of the tower to the ground. So that's why what you're seeing on this chart would be what a typical 5G installation would look like. You know, if you go back to that's right there, that would be an existing street light, or maybe a modified street light. And that thing at the top, that cylinder at the top, is the 5G antennas. And the thing about halfway up the pole is the electronics and the radios that run those antennas.
The next series of slides is going to be examples of what Verizon is planning to install throughout Princeton. This is an actual pole at the corner of Stockton and Baird. You've probably seen it, or maybe not seen it, because it's pretty unobtrusive. You could drive by it without even noticing, hence the reason they call them stealth poles. There's another one on Nassau already installed. Now these are 4G installations. These are 4G small cells, but they are almost identical to what you would see if they were to be 5G. So the proposal for Nassau Street, for example, is to continue these types of poles up and down the street. Verizon is working with PSE&G to replace the existing Cobra light poles with these poles and supplementing them with some in between. Those may look like this, which you may recognize as the corner of Wholefish right at Griggs Corner, corner of Wholefish and Witherspoon, another existing, another service provider. And again, it's a 4G small cell that's already in place right in print and right here. And several of the installations will be new stealth poles throughout the town. The other type that they're going to do, they're going to try to put them on as many existing wood poles as possible. As you can see on the left, there's an existing wood pole. Not sure which corner that is. Somebody might recognize the house. And this is in Princeton. And the image on the right is overlay on top of it of what would be, oops, I thought I had a good second picture in there. If you'll notice up at the top of that, there's some equipment mounted on the existing wood pole. In some cases, the poles don't exist, so they will be putting in replacement wood poles or new wood poles. These are similar in type, obviously, but they'll be putting them in to match whatever is on the street. And that's the image I was looking for. This is the installation at the top of one of the poles. It could be 4 cells, 3 cells, 2 cells, 1 cell, depending on what they're trying to capture with their coverage. We've also got Verizon negotiating with Palmer Square and with the library about putting them on the rooftops. These are a couple of existing stealth chimney mounts that Verizon uses. The chimneys are actually facades. The antennas are on the inside. Whether or not they're going to look like that in Palmer Square, it'll look something similar to that, but it's going to be as unobtrusive as possible. And then finally, for my discussion, we are anticipating within the next couple of weeks the list of a submission of these poles that you see on this. These are new wood pole locations that'll be mounted within the right-of-way and not in a historic area, as I'm going to allow Elizabeth to discuss about the negotiations that we've had with Verizon over the historic installations in the historic districts. Elizabeth, we don't have any extra slides for her.
Thank you, Jim. I was wondering if you could go back and show the slide that has all the yellow pins on it that shows the whole area. And perhaps, I don't think that my cursor works correct. So your cursor?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe you could assist me. So as Jim had talked about, the majority of the sites are going to be along the areas that are the most populated. So along Nassau Street, down Washington to an extent because of the university, also down Stockton, 206, Mercer, and then down University and Alexander, and also on Harrison, north and south. So there is also a section that's going to go from the downtown central business district down John Street that brings you back down to 206 as well. So obviously a lot of that area is within the local and state and national historic sites. Out of these, there's probably around 79 locations that's going to be in the public right of way. So historic preservation obviously is concerned about the visual aesthetics of it. Right now, I believe if they had one piece of equipment on the pole is going to be about 5 or 6 inches in diameter. If they have it double mounted, it's going to be anywhere from 9 to 13 inches in diameter. And again, as Dr. Eisenstein had stated, that because their frequency and their range is going to be so much smaller, there's going to be more of them. So right now we're talking about Verizon. So that is one provider. I would anticipate there'd be at least 2 more providers coming into town. So again, these are the concerns that HPC is going to be looking at. And as Jim had stated with our site meetings with Verizon, we had looked at other options from what they had provided. All of those were really on the poles in the right of way. So we looked at placing on the rooftop, on the building, utilizing existing poles that could be swapped out, PSE&G, hopefully some other options also as far as other utilities, lighting, those type of things. So anything that we can utilize a pole that's already existing is going to be something that HPC is going to be looking for. So we don't have a replication of poles going through all the historic districts.
So that's about
Eve?
it.
Eve, you had a question?
I have a bunch of questions. So, so just to frame this, my understanding, and whoever Jim or whoever would know, my understanding is this is not optional for us. We do not have the ability to say, no, don't come in here. We have the ability to work with the carrier to some extent, but this is essentially the federal government gives them the right.
That's correct. Within municipal right of way, we do not have the ability to say no. I will say that it's been a long process. Verizon has been very, very cooperative. They want to be good neighbors. Obviously they're in business to provide efficient coverage to their customers. And so they want to do what needs to be done to boost their business, but they also want to work with us. I think they've done a tremendous job in meeting with us and coming up with options where we're not comfortable with their proposals.
Excellent. That's wonderful to hear. I guess I wanted to frame it that way because I know there are some concerns in the community, which I personally don't think are based on science, but there are some concerns. I just want it to be clear that the municipality does not have the right, for example, to say, no, we don't want 5G. That's not within anyone's ability to do that. And, you know, it is great in terms of the aesthetics and location that Verizon is working with us. So one of my questions follows up on that. And Elizabeth, you were saying you're trying to make sure that we use the poles or the buildings or the facilities that are there. But as Mr. Eisenstein said, that probably within a year or two, you know, we'll have other carriers that will come in. So let's say Verizon puts up a pole in a particular location. And another carrier comes in, are they allowed to use that pole, or do they get to put in their own pole? So we might end up with 3 poles. And is there anything we can do in anticipation of that? Or is there any requirement that the companies share any new infrastructure that's put in?
So that is a concern because there are probably going to be at least 3 providers that will be coming into Princeton. So that's why if we can get as many off the street, the better it's going to be, because there's going to be more coming up if there are options to have it on the roof, on some of these institution buildings like the library, some of the churches, the Arts Council. We were working with them to encourage them to look at those options. There is a co-location section of the ordinance that talks about that, but I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Eisenstein to talk about that.
You know, so this is, as I indicated, we're looking at very new technology. if you're looking at the pictures that you saw there with the 4G installations that were on a pole, it is possible that they could be installed by I don't know, the best way to phrase it would be a common carrier that would put it up, perhaps a third party that would then lease it to Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile, and that they would all use the same antennas, but then they each have a fiber optic backhaul, which would take them back to a distant location where they'd have a mobile service center, and in that service center, they'd all have their own equipment. So that's one way that these small cells are put in which case you only wind up with one antenna installation. But typically, and I can't really even say typically because this is so new, the way these things are going now, this proposal is Verizon, and I think the way they're envisioning it, they would be the only ones on the pole. Now, could they co-locate? The answer is that the next one in would have to go above them or below them. And you can see that there's going to be an aesthetic problem with that. So, I mean, this is, Elizabeth and I have been talking about this issue, particularly in the historic area where they're using existing utility poles. Let's go out of the historic area for a minute into the residential areas or the areas that are more commercial, where they're using existing poles. It is frequently the case that Verizon could be on one pole and 100 feet down the road would be another pole, and then 100 feet would be another pole, so the others could come in. That part would be relatively easy. But in the historic area, that's going to be a lot more difficult to do. And I think that what we'll have to do going forward is to work with Verizon and whoever else comes in and just try and see what we can do about co-location.
Okay, and I have just one final question. And Bruce, I think we talked a couple of years ago in the community room at Witherspoon Hall
I
about
remember that, yes.
for maybe 45 minutes or something like that. So I would like you just to give maybe a brief synopsis of what you see as the possible, again, I know there's concern in the community about the dangers of 5G. And I wonder if you could just spend a minute or two just laying some fears to rest.
Yeah, so of course, you know, I've made well over 450 appearances like this in front of boards. And there have been, of course, people there, in some cases objectors, in rare cases supporters. And people have concerns about the health effects of this because I think from my experience, it's just natural that people fear something that they don't understand and they can't see. And that's the very nature of microwave communication, of radio communication. It's there, we know it's there, but we can't see it and we don't know how it works. So we tend to be afraid of it. But I think the best way of thinking about this is that electromagnetic radiation, I hate to use the word radiation because it sounds bad, but that's the technical term for it, ranges from very low frequencies like AM radio, and it ranges up through visible light. And as far as we're concerned, we meaning engineers and scientists, all that electromagnetic spectrum all behaves the same way. It's not a mystery. The rules were laid down by James Clerk Maxwell back in the 1850s. They have not changed since then. Every sophomore in electrical engineering knows the laws backwards and forwards. There is no harm from those waves, except if the power is so great, like your microwave oven, that it can cause heat damage. So we're talking here about 20 watts, not 1,000 watts. And by the time it spreads out, by the time it gets to people, we're talking about milliwatts, thousandths of a watt, or billionths of a watt. So the power is so low that there's certainly no heat damage, and there's nothing that comes from that. What is not commonly understood is up at the top of visible light, when you start getting into the ultraviolet, you hit an entirely different class of electromagnetic energy. That's what's called ionizing radiation, because the frequency is such that it can actually knock an electron out of a molecule. And when it does that, particularly if it happened to be something like a DNA molecule, it can cause a lot of damage. What again is not commonly understood is that this is governed by quantum theory. You get just a little below the ultraviolet, no effect, no ionization. A little above, you have ionizing radiation. And it's a quantum jump, literally a quantum jump. So we are so far below in everything we're talking about. We're so far below visible light, so far away from the ultraviolet, that there's no physical mechanism for damage. Now, that doesn't really allay people's fear. I understand that. I understand it completely. I've seen it over and over again. But I think that if people really think about it, they don't realize it, that for 100 years now, they have been immersed in an ocean of electromagnetic waves, much more powerful than anything we're talking about here. Talking about AM radios, television broadcast stations, satellite communication, the cordless phones that you have in your home, the Wi-Fi systems in your home, the all the truckers, the ham radio operators. I mean, these have been going on for years and years and years. And the 5G and the 4G and all the other systems, they're all just the same. It's just the way in which the waves are used is different, but otherwise the same physical propagation.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Mia.
So that's great that, so Bruce, are you with Verizon, or I wasn't clear on that. You're
Not. I've never worked for any of the providers. I've never worked for any of the equipment manufacturers. I'm a professor of electrical and computer engineering at Drexel University. I've been at Drexel for, believe it or not, 50 years. Well, you would have no way of believing it or not, but trust me, it's over 50 years. And I teach, of all things, wireless communication, including cell phones. But I've been working with Princeton. Elizabeth, I can't remember how far back. It's been over 20 years, though, that I've been working with Princeton and
Yes.
on the siting of antennas, cell phone antennas in Princeton. But as I said, I only work for municipalities in this regard.
Oh, well, I'm so glad to know that you've worked for a while for Princeton, because Jim was describing how Verizon has been such a good neighbor and wanting to, push this process forward. And I'm sort of agnostic about the whole thing, but Verizon has not been a good neighbor for some time, in that we have abysmal cell service throughout the whole town. It's the biggest complaint I get. I'm constantly getting emails about, asking if there's anything council can do about the cell phone service. And so I'm just wondering, and a related question, I mean, well, I guess what I'm trying to say is, that's great that they want to come in and put all of this new equipment in, which it may or may not, as you said, bring some benefit in the future that we don't know yet, but it's not going to be something that we realize immediately. And I'm just not sure. It does seem to be quite intrusive. And I would just love for Verizon to show that the equipment that they already have in place, that they could make that work for us before we agree to have all this new equipment in there, which may or may not bring any benefits.
We
And
don't get to agree or not, Mia.
well, no, I'm not. So that's what I wanted to ask, because when Jim,
Yeah, Mia, can I answer your question? Because I think I know your question. I've had a meeting with the Verizon reps today, and they would like us to provide them with information. And if you have emails and text messages and things about where there is a lack of service, they want to make sure that they're providing us the coverage.
That's lovely, but that's what they always say, that it's like, this is the first they've heard of it. And if we have information about where the gaps are, they would like to know. I can tell you, we've had this conversation for years now, and we provide that information of where the gaps are, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. So we'll do it again, but I'm skeptical.
Yeah, can I just ask something?
Yeah.
Can I ask you, are you getting complaints also about AT&T and T-Mobile, and before that Sprint, or is it just Verizon?
You beat me to the question, Bruce.
I would say that they all have been, they were all quite awful, but Verizon was the one that was decent, and that's why it's so upsetting.
Yeah. So let me just explain something. For Verizon to improve service, they have to put up another cell site, a macro site, and Princeton has been a challenge. Probably one of the one case we had is, if you know, up at Petro Oil up on 206, the Petro site there. I can't remember how many years we were working on getting that macro site up there. Then on the other side of Princeton, over towards Bristol Myers Squibb, for years they wanted to get a site over at Peterson's nursery, and they were unable to do it. It kept getting rejected by Lawrenceville. On the one hand, Princeton had no space over there. So what's happened in Princeton is that because it's such a dense residential area in a lot of places, there's no place to put a macro site. So what Verizon will have to do, and I think the Verizon people are on the line, but I talk to them also all the time. I think what they're going to need is what's known as an outdoor distributed antenna system for 4G, probably along Rose Hill Road, and probably in that whole area around there where in the western part of Princeton, where they have a residential thing. They're not going to be able to solve the problem the traditional way, which is with a macro site, because there's no place to put it.
Well, so, but I'll tell you, one of the worst areas is in the Littlebrook area near to the shopping center and around that area. So
help me out. I don't know where that is. I am.
Do you know where the Princeton Shopping Center is? That's one area that was very green in your diagram.
Oh, I'm sensing that may be a capacity problem, but you know, look, it's oh, that area there. Okay, yeah, that's a tough area. That is away from the macro sites. I know that area.
Yeah,
I know that area.
Bruce,
So,
isn't there a location on one of the water towers on Bunn?
yeah, I think there is.
yeah.
But that still may not be enough. And you know, if you have a dense amount of users, like in a shopping center, or you know, extreme cases is you take the stadiums in North Jersey or in Philadelphia. You know, you get in the old days, maybe some of you can remember, we used to get 60,000 people in a stadium back in the really old days. When you, if you look at that, you get a capacity issue, and that's a little bit different. But I think what I'm hearing, and maybe Jim and Elizabeth, this might be a good opportunity for us to work with the Verizon people. Maybe we can work with them and get them to both improve coverage and put in their 5G system, and maybe do a 4G enhancement, maybe with an ODAS system.
And that is what they've agreed to do.
Okay.
Work with us and look at these areas with these 4G and 5G installations.
I think maybe if you let Jim know where the areas are where you're getting the complaints, then we could try and incorporate that in our discussions.
Yeah, and most importantly, I want to talk to emergency services about where they're not able to communicate with our residents on an emergency basis. I'll be gathering that information.
But just to clarify, Jim, when Eve asked you if this was required, you said that Verizon is a good neighbor. What it's
I-
required, what is the time frame exactly that it's like, is it this year that the federal government is requiring it? Or is Princeton being used as, like, I would
No,
hate for us to be
not-
being used as a sort of commercial promo for other towns. I'm also wondering.
It's not that the federal government's requiring them. The federal government's requiring us to allow them to put their facilities in place.
But what is that time frame that what is?
Whenever they want to. As soon as they submit a package to us, we have 60 days to act on it.
Yeah, see, under the FCC
not new.
rules, the FCC rules, the FCC established a shot clock. So from the time their application is submitted and deemed complete, for this kind of small cell installation, you have 60 days, or if they have to put in a new pole, 150 days for full approval of that. Otherwise, it's deemed approved, whether or not you take any action on it or not. So, and that's written into the federal statute. So,
And our other towns have they also submitted their package to the towns around us?
well, I don't know about around you, but I'm in a number of other communities where this is going in, including the area around Philadelphia where my university is. Verizon has put in a whole series of nodes there, 5G nodes, all up and down the street, all through the downtown area. And I'm positive. I haven't been up to New York in a long while, actually almost a year now. But I'm positive that they have them all through Manhattan. Positive of it. It's going everywhere.
Okay, thanks.
I believe Mr. Eisenstein already, I'm sorry, it's Dr. Eisenstein already answered this, but just for the sake of the public, it was mentioned that what Verizon is proposing is not a common carrier system, so that tells me that the only people that'll be affected by this change are, aside from the aesthetics and things like that, but the only people will be affected by coverage, et cetera, are people who use Verizon services. That's correct, right?
That if Verizon puts in their system, it will be a proprietary system for Verizon users. Yes.
Right, and which kind of goes back into, I guess, the question you posed back to Mia earlier on. Okay, so which means that folks, well, this kind of, I guess my secondary question kind of goes back into the question you posed to her, is that it is possible that if folks just used other providers, then they wouldn't have that same, lapse in coverage, right?
Yeah, so of course that would be, from Verizon's point of view, that would be their business plan to make it seem like they have the best coverage in the area, and then they'll get more customers.
Okay.
Not
Thanks.
surprising.
Right.
Bruce, one of the other, I guess, side benefits of having all this 5G densification is that it actually results, I think, in better 4G coverage as well, because people will now start using the 5G and free up capacity on the 4G network. Is that correct?
Yeah, to some extent, but it would only work for the people that are very close to the 5G system, and 5G may have other use. But going to back to the discussion that we heard in the previous topic, I found your budget discussions very interesting, because if I just took the word Princeton out and put Drexel University in there, the discussion would be exactly the same. Just budgets are budgets. They're going to be paying Princeton for the use of their right of way, correct, Jim?
Yes.
So that's another budget line that you can negotiate with them. Now the FCC has set rules for how much you can charge. You can't gouge them, but on the other hand, they're also willing, I think, to negotiate on that as well.
Okay, other council questions?
I'm sorry, I just have one more. Sorry, I just have one more quick question. So we saw the plots, the pins where the current 5G installation is involved. Is going to be installed. Is it safe to assume that at some point in the future this will be expanded, that right now they're hitting the densest places, but that, because I'm thinking of, you know, everyone who lives not on Harrison, but on some of the little side streets that go off Harrison. So would you say that at some point in the future, this network will be densified even more?
You're talking about 5G now or
5G.
Yeah, I don't see it happening in the near future. It's not I wouldn't say it will never happen, but for example, I live in a suburb of Philadelphia, and I think it would be very unlikely that we'll have 5G out here in this suburb. Not impossible, but I think it's unlikely. On the other hand, I know it's going to be in downtown Philadelphia. So I think that what they're looking at is they're looking at the areas where they're going to have the most traffic and the most users in the Princeton area, and that's of course in the area along Nassau Street and the other areas that you saw there. So I think that that's where it's going to be, and you know, perhaps we may talk to them about an ODAS system in the other areas to improve their 4G coverage.
Sounds like the new digital divide, those who have and those who don't.
Well, it's actually raising a
We
very,
have
very good
Verizon.
point. It's a very, very good point, because if the 5G, if the applications for 5G, and let me just give you just one flavor of what this application could be. You could have people that have, for example, a cardiac pacemaker in constant communication with their hospital or their doctor's office. So it could detect cardiac events before the person even knows that he's having a cardiac event. And because of the geolocation, have an ambulance on the way before the heart attack actually occurs. That sounds far-fetched, but then again, if someone had described to me that a bookseller working out of his garage in Seattle would become the richest man in the world 20 years ago, I would have laughed at them and said, you know, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. So, but that's an example of the kinds of things. And if that's not available to people in other areas, that could be a digital divide. That could be a real problem.
Any other council questions?
Just a comment. Just want to thank the doctor for just letting us know about that. You know, there are no possible health effects. You know, because there's so many rumors and conspiracy theories circulating about 5G. And you know, just and thanks for giving explaining the science of it to let us know that that's, you know, there's no health effects that can possibly happen from an increase to 5G.
Right.
Okay, well, thank you all. We appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, goodbye, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is a presentation on race and housing affordability in Princeton.
Hi, everyone. Anastasia Mann here. I'm a historian and a lecturer at the School of Public and International Affairs at Princeton, and I'm a member of the Civil Rights Commission, and I'm here with a team, and we are going to go through and present this exciting resource this evening that we hope that the community will find useful and will participate in. So just to kick it off, I don't know, Mr. DeShield, if you can put the link to the map anywhere so that people can peruse it at their leisure, or if there's some other way for people to access it. I guess I can share my screen at some point.
As far as an accessible link, I was going to suggest if perhaps, because there's no chat function where we can include the link for the public to access. So I'm going to instead suggest that we upload that to the Civil Rights Commission webpage. So anyone interested can go to the municipal's CRC webpage and access it there.
That will be great. It's a work in progress, and it's not quite open source, but you'll see the website that we give you has a form for people to fill out to let us know, to give feedback about what's up there and to let us know about additions that they think ought to be. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. So the affordable housing story map that we have produced thus far is a joint venture in many ways. I think it's hopefully the kind of thing that we can do a lot more of because it sort of brings forth some skills and resources that we have in abundance here and puts them together. So it got started in July of last year with many of us in some version of lockdown. The PACE Center at Princeton put out a call for projects and simultaneously a call for students to apply for funding to do work. They called these the RISE grants, which stood for Recognizing Inequities and Standing for Equality. So the Civil Rights Commission put forth a few different ideas, and we were really delighted to be awarded 3 student researchers. And the charge in the case of the map was to examine the history of housing policy in Princeton and to research best practices in anti-racist zoning and other measures that would enhance inclusion as a means eventually to offer recommendations for an overhaul of local regulations that would facilitate integration. Along the way, we had sponsorship eventually from the School of Architecture at Princeton, and the person who really carried forward the first stage of the work on this map is a graduate student in the School of Architecture called Carrie Bly. She's doing a PhD in the History and Theory program at the Architecture. She's very talented and thoughtful person who can't be here tonight. And eventually we had funding from SPIA, and then the addition of these amazing students who are here tonight and who, well, okay, Matt Lesko, who's here, is a doctoral candidate from Kenosha, Wisconsin, who's a researcher in the eviction lab at Princeton and the Office of Population Research, as well as being at SPIA. Then we have Shannon Chafers, who's a junior at Princeton, who's from Wellesley, Mass, majoring in sociology. And Justin Hinson, who hails from the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood and is majoring in neuroscience. So it's been kind of a dream team, and the work has unfolded in these 2 principal stages. Justin will talk about the first, and Shannon will talk about the second. I maybe will just briefly walk you through what the map looks like, if I can share my screen. I'll take 2 minutes to do that. Can you see it? Okay, yes. Good, great. So this is the interface. It's from the Knight Foundation, and this is a story map. So basically you can scroll through and you'll see highlighted different spots around town. And there are some photos. It was sort of full of photos, and then we realized we needed permissions for a lot of them. So we're working backwards to get those permissions. Copyright is no joke. But there are really good stories here. There are really, I mean, important stories. They're compelling and they're troubling. So I think that this will reward the attention of anybody who's interested in engaging. And as you'll see, at the bottom here is where there's room for people who are interested, and this really whether you've lived here your whole life or can no longer live here, or you've always lived somewhere else and so therefore have different perspectives. Whatever the story is, we imagine that there will be interesting insight that the community will offer. And we're not really sure what particular shape the project will take or what form it will take going forward. We think it would make sense to reside on the website of the Civil Rights Commission. But really the point is, this is not just an intellectual exercise. The point is that the town is facing some serious questions around exclusion and affordability and development. And so we want those choices to be informed by the past. Here in particular is a slide that talks about Griggs Corner. And in fact, this has since been elaborated upon, but if people are interested in the history of that particular spot and why it feels so contentious, this will help you understand that. So I will stop sharing my screen now, I think, and kick it to Justin Hinson. It's also midterms, so these people are taking their time, which I really appreciate to be here. So thank you, Justin, and take it away.
Sure. Thanks, Stacy, for having me. And yeah, thanks, Council and Mayor, for having me today. I was just going to share my screen actually to show the map again, since I was going to highlight one of the sections that I contributed as part of the original development of the map. So I'll just pull it up. So Stacy actually scrolled through the section, but one of the parts of the map that is featured is a collection of research that was performed in partnership with the Historical Society of Princeton. So I connected with members of the HSFP, and they provided with me one collection of archives that I was able to dig through and learn more about sort of people's need for affordable housing in history. And this collection was called the Henry Pennell Collection. And I'll read some of the description here. But the Henry Pennell Collection at the Historical Society of Princeton features 191 applications to the Princeton Housing Authority submitted by individuals and families requesting to rent affordable units in public low-rent housing. The collection mostly includes applications from the 1950s following World War II, which saw many military veterans returning to Princeton. The volume of the application collection emphasizes the demand for housing in Princeton during the 1950s. These applications included a description of housing conditions in the tenants' homes. Many applicants stressed the need for adequate living conditions and space for themselves and their family members. Some tenants had struggled with landlords, and these conflicts only made strenuous financial situations more difficult to bear. Other tenants described the swift transitions from being long-standing residents of their hometown to suddenly facing eviction notices. The demand for better conditions from Witherspoon Jackson residents highlighted the deterioration of housing in the town's historic community, where African-American residents of Princeton have lived since the 19th century. This collection reveals the demand for affordable housing in the 1950s, showing how an extensive range of needs outweighed what was available. The Princeton Housing Authority application submitted by Leroy Bolden, which here I've listed at the top of the site, illustrates an example of the many demands for affordable housing opportunities from veterans. Bolden had served in the U.S. Navy during World War II, but after returning home to Princeton, he had struggled to find a suitable place where he could live with his young family. With a family of 6, the need for adequate living space was a priority. Leroy's application, along with 4 others, are transcribed here. So what I did for this particular site was I went through the entire Pennell collection and I individually looked through the details of the application, the types of residents, where they lived, and just general demographic information. And I selected a few of the applications that sort of stood out as examples of sort of highlighting the need for affordable housing in the 1950s, and also sort of relating it to the relevance of affordable housing needs in the modern day. So the other application texts are listed on the site as well. So this is one example. This is just one example of the many different sites that we've worked on the first phase of the story map project. And basically what we've tried to do is outline the history in a really useful way that not only illustrates how affordable housing developments have evolved in Princeton over time, but also illustrate how some of the connections of the difficulties and adversities associated with finding housing in the past can be associated to the present. So hopefully it can be a useful project that can continue to expand on that history and also continue to provide insight for some of the modern conversation regarding affordable housing. So with that, I'll pass it over to Shannon, who also helped collaborate with the Story Map project and also featured in the winter session course that we designed back in January.
Hello, thanks for having me. So as Justin said, my name is Shannon. I'm a junior at Princeton, and I was part of the winter session workshop called Raising Housing in Princeton. That was led by Stacy, Matt, Justin, and Carrie. And so for my research during that week, I focused on alternative models of affordable housing that can be used in the present day and explored the roles that universities can play in helping build these models. So my presentation is kind of about that, and I'm hoping that it can provide some examples of other ways to create sustainably affordable housing, while also demonstrating ways that university or Princeton can assist in such efforts. So I'm just going to go over 3 models that I was researching, and most of my research comes from communitywealth.org. So if you're interested in learning more, you can go there. So I'll just go over them now. So the first one is called Community Development Corporations. These are nonprofit, community-based organizations focused on neighborhood revitalization by developing affordable housing, while also providing other services in the neighborhood, like help with economic development, neighborhood planning, and social services. And so an example of this in Princeton is actually the Witherspoon Jackson Development Corporation. And recently the university, through like the tax settlement of the lawsuit challenging its tax exempt status, gave the corporation $1.25 million over the last few years, which is an example of the university playing a role in the town and promoting affordable housing in town. So that's one model. The next model I want to talk about is community development financial institutions. Those are banks, credit unions, or loan funds that provide financial services to communities that are underserved by mainstream banks and lenders. And one of the services that CDFIs offer are providing loans to nonprofit organizations that help build affordable housing and assist in other community building services. And there's a good example of this at Duke University, which has the Duke-Durham Neighborhood Partnership with Durham, where Duke is located. And part of that partnership included the university creating a $10 million loan fund with other organizations in the area to help fund construction of affordable housing in Durham. So that's CDFI's Community Development Financial Institutions. And then the last model that I was researching are called Community Land Trusts. These are nonprofit, community-based organizations which are designed to ensure long-term housing affordability So how it works is the nonprofit organization acquires ownership of a parcel of land and then sells the property on that land, typically has 99-year leases to home buyers. And then when the family who's bought the home sells it or leaves the neighborhood, they only get a portion of the increased value and the rest returns to the organization so that it can continue providing affordable housing for new residents. So essentially the ownership of the land and ownership of property are separated, which helps keep or helps prevent rapidly increasing property prices, and also helps promote home ownership instability among low-income populations. And this model also helps prevent gentrification because with reduction in rising costs of homeowners or of property, there's less pressure for residents to move. And there's also a pretty similar example of this at Duke, which is the Southwest Central Durham Land Bank. It's a little bit different than Community Land Trust, but it's a similar model. So they're working with a nonprofit called Self Help, which purchases blighted land and then develops it and resells it to community members at affordable prices. So yeah, those are the three models that I wanted to talk about. Just to conclude this section, I hope it gives kind of like, or helps you think about other options for creating affordable housing and the ways that the town and university can work together to, explore how we can make Princeton a more affordable place to live for more people. So that is my section. I'll pass it over to Matt.
Thank you, Shannon. So Stacy covered this a little bit, but I want to spend a few moments talking about next steps for this project. And as Stacy mentioned, this is a work in progress. So we're at the point where we are very much encouraging members of the community to explore and engage with this material. And we welcome feedback from the community, particularly regarding content of the map as it stands and what might be added to more fully capture the story of race and housing in Princeton. And we welcome past, present, and future perspectives. And as Shannon's presentation demonstrates, we have a wealth of content to add as a result of a very productive winter session. So we look forward to updating and incorporating those stories into future iterations of the map. But turning to recommendations, this story map educates or reminds the reader that in Princeton, the issues of housing and affordability and instability is not necessarily a new story. Rather, these are issues that have characterized life in Princeton for decades, particularly for our Black neighbors and would-be neighbors. So reflecting on the story map and the themes we explore, we have several recommendations to leave you all with. First and foremost, continue the work you've already started by advancing and implementing policies that promote housing affordability and access in Princeton. So the third round housing plan element and fair share plan and its associated ordinances will add hundreds of desperately needed affordable units via 100% affordable and inclusionary developments with the possibility of additional mixed income developments in the future, all of which are tools that we need to continue to use to increase the supply of affordable housing moving forward. However, while the third round fair share plan is a positive step, it doesn't produce much more than the legally required bare minimum. So if we are serious about correcting injustices of the past and making Princeton a more racially and socioeconomically diverse place, we need bigger solutions to rise and meet the challenge. So specific initiatives could include further zoning reform to encourage development at greater densities and allow for a diversity of housing supply throughout the municipality. We should look to cities like Minneapolis, Portland, Sacramento, and Berkeley that have been leading by example on this front. Engaging with anchor institutions to expand housing affordability and access in our community. As one of Princeton's largest employers and landowners, Princeton University can surely continue to contribute to affordable housing solutions in our community. As we understand it, there's recent precedent for this, whether it's the university's transferring of the deed to the Franklin Avenue parking lot to the municipality, or its payment to the Witherspoon Jackson Development Corporation, or the inclusionary developments at Merriwick Stanworth. We believe there's room to do more on this front. Promoting alternative housing arrangements, enabling and encouraging the formation of shared equity housing, including community land trusts and cooperative housing, are also strategies worth investigating. We have examples of these programs working successfully in other places with similar housing markets. And our own municipal home ownership program operates very similarly to a shared equity home ownership program. So we have models to build upon. Institutionalizing proactive efforts. So the COVID-19 pandemic has shown us and should have reminded us just how precarious the housing situations are for many of our neighbors in normal times, and just how many are a few missed paychecks away from losing their homes. Rather than going back to this situation, we should be institutionalizing proactive efforts to prevent things like eviction filings into the future. The success of the landlord-tenant mediation program shows us that there's common ground with which to build upon to establish best practices to promote housing stability in our community. And finally, addressing the needs of the unhoused in Princeton in a long-term and sustainable way. The plight of the unhoused is perhaps one of Princeton's most invisible problems, but it exists nonetheless. And we're a wealthy and privileged community that has little to no infrastructure to deal with this in a humane way. And this doesn't have to be the case. Surely there's more we can do to build infrastructure, long-term housing and supportive services that this situation requires. So some concrete steps that council could take to investigate these interventions would just be establishing work groups to explore these recommendations. We can assure you there are plenty of committed and concerned community members who are willing to serve in such a capacity. So to wrap this up, the exclusion of communities of color and in particular African Americans from housing opportunity has been persistent, blatant, and multifaceted. And undoing this legacy will require action that is at least as determined. Several places like Evanston, Illinois, and Asheville, North Carolina are boldly taking action to implement reparations programs to finance housing opportunities for Black residents who have long been denied such opportunities. We can look to these places for inspiration, but we should already know in our minds and in our hearts that if there was a place that could achieve racial and housing justice for its residents, it's Princeton, New Jersey. And indeed, we already have anchor institutions in our community who are stepping forward and taking these steps, as in the case of the Princeton Theological Seminary. So many in our community wonder if we've reached an inflection point in our country and in our community. And this story map is meant to help our community ponder that question, but also to dream of and to actualize the steps to a more racially inclusive Princeton. So with that in mind, we'll leave the council with the following question. What would you like your legacy to be in the context of this story? So with that, we want to thank Mayor Frida, members of the council, and municipal staff for allowing us to present this work. We look forward to hopefully working together into the future, and want to thank you for all the work you do to make Princeton a more affordable and inclusive community.
Thank you very much. Council Dwayne.
Yeah, Stacy, Matt, Justin, and Shannon, actually, I want to thank you for a very powerful and timely presentation. It was the Santayana saying that those who forget the past are doomed to repeat it. I just think of a corollary to that is that those who remember the past can craft a much better future. So thank you for the work you've put into such a well-needed area of study. And now that we're in the third round, I mean, I particularly like, I like so many parts of it. I could go on forever tonight about about different things about your presentation, but thank you for that. And I really like the parts about different concepts about looking towards the future and the future of affordable housing. So thanks for coming out, especially during midterms.
Tisha.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I too want to echo those thoughts and thank you for really wonderful presentation, which if you were listening, I know you came to this meeting at 7 expecting to give a presentation. I don't think you were expecting to wait 3.5 hours, and especially considering that you have to study for midterms. So really appreciate your patience and all the work that you put into giving this presentation. I know for a fact that also that many members of the public had logged in, wanting to hear your presentation and not maybe not everybody was able to stay on, but for that reason, I wanted to recommend Stacy as perhaps this is a presentation that the Civil Rights Commission could work, collaborate with on making it part of one of their community forums, because I expect many more would want to hear, and especially if you say this is an ongoing project. So I think that would be a great opportunity to bring it to the public, is and publicize it well in advance. So so those who may have missed tonight will be able to join in. But thank you for a wonderful presentation, and again, all the work that you put into it.
Thank you. Eve?
I'll be brief. I just want to say thank you. This was great. I cannot wait to get the website for this so I can play around. It looked absolutely fascinating. I just finished reading a book called The Sum of Us, which maybe some of you are familiar with, and other reading I've done. This just provides the evidence, in our community to support how, these policies of redlining and racism are so pernicious and so deep-seated. And I know some of it, but I'm sure I'll learn a lot. And again, especially during midterms, thank you so much. We really just so appreciate the work that you're doing. So.
And may I also add, Mayor, that rather than waiting for those who may have been listening in and want that link, that rather than waiting to upload it to the webpage of the CRC, perhaps we can include it in our next newsletter, Mayor and Council's newsletter.
Yeah. Yeah, the next one goes out Thursday, so if somebody could email the link, that'd be great. Yes.
If I could just add one more comment. I mean, this is started, as I said, as a Civil Rights Commission initiative, and another Civil Rights Commission initiative that came out of the ad hoc committee was the toolkit, the what's it called?
Racial Equity Toolkit.
Racial Equity Toolkit. Yeah. So just having listened to the 3 hours of your meeting tonight, I'm so pleased that that toolkit exists, because it helps me to know that when you're contemplating issues like, for example, a tax increase, you will have that toolkit in mind, that toolkit that is, as I understand, has been adopted. So, I mean, the issue of housing affordability, as we know, touches almost every public policy issue that might potentially come before you. And taxes is a big one. So if there are regressive, so for example, across the board tax increase at 2% will impact people who are precariously housed in Princeton more than it will others. So just a reminder that, housing policy per se looks like it fits all in one bucket, but in fact it has tentacles elsewhere, and the decisions that you contemplate and ultimately make will have implications for affordability more broadly. Thanks.
Thank you. Mia?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate the thanks that everyone else has, all the other council members have directed your way. And it was sort of an interesting bookend to the beginning of the evening. And I'm thinking in terms of the task force and the working group that you were talking about, that it would be useful to integrate that into the work of the master plan that we're embarking on this year. Even though we did just finish our housing element and fair share plan, that, as you've pointed out, affordable housing and the production of it and all of the implications, and connecting that to the broader work of community building that is part of the master plan is still very much an ongoing work in progress. And so I think that would be a good place to connect your work to the community planning as a whole, especially as it relates to land use. So thank you so much, all of you.
Yeah.
Michelle.
And just to reiterate as well, I mean, we just have a fundamental commitment on this council, and I can assure you that we are all behind what you're, it's preaching to the choir. We really believe this fundamentally. You know, that's what's so hard about even contemplating this year a tax increase. But in terms of affordable housing, I mean, we are really working hard to integrate as much affordable housing and, you know, also middle income inventory of housing, you know, workforce housing. You know, not everybody was going to qualify for affordable housing, but we have an affordability issue in Princeton. And to keep diversity and have social racial justice here, we need to be able to have more inventory. So you're really, I'm really going to be interested to read further on your research, and I hope that we can find ways that you can continue to have a dialogue with us. So thank you very, very much.
Any other council comments? David.
I can't be left out. So I was especially interested in Shannon's presentation, and I think these kinds of alternate approaches to combat gentrification and finding ways besides just building affordable housing to try and address these problems is really great. And then I want to say that I really apologize to you for putting you forth on the agenda. And I want to urge my colleagues on council to get serious in our future agenda setting meetings about being realistic about what can be contained in a single meeting. For significant presentations of one night was not a great idea.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Again, thanks for spending time with us. Have a good evening or a very good night, late night. Moving on.
I just want to say that it's a good
Sorry.
idea we didn't combine all of those presentations with the university meeting, which is what we originally
Absolutely.
were planning.
I thought it, but I didn't want to voice it just yet.
And and we also did cut the
Oh my God.
report, so.
Yes.
Okay. So anyway, let's keep moving. The next on the agenda is comments from the public for items not on the agenda. So I think we have some hands raised already. Okay, I think Veronica is the first one in.
Veronica Olivares Weber again. You know, I just wanted to thank Stacy and Matt and all the students for working on that, but they're already gone. So I'm gonna send them an email. But you know, for me, you know, I was waiting for this presentation, and I can tell you that it's gonna help us so much. The toolkit, the map, everything. I'm so excited about this to address and to figure out the inequalities in our community. And you know, and other things, but I just want to thank everybody who is behind that. But they're gone, so I think we should keep going because you guys, you know, it's very late. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. Next in, I think, is Paul.
Oh, good evening. Thank you, council members, and thank you, Mayor and staff for allowing me to speak. Just quickly, my name is Paul Reese. I live at 25 Campbell Woods Way. It's next to the Hilltop Park. So my comments are in regards to the Hilltop Park, the park improvements. I'm also a member of the Campbell Woods HOA board. And I'm just requesting the following information under the New Jersey Open Public Records Act and the New Jersey Common Law. So we're requesting the following public records. We're requesting a copy of the grant that was in regards to the park and the Hilltop Park improvements. We're also requesting the park improvement plans, proposals for improvements, the contracts for the park improvement, zoning for the park, We're requesting a copy of the environmental impact study, in addition to any emails regarding the park improvement from the Recreation Department and the council, and any email and written correspondence between the township and the Princeton Soccer Academy. So we'll also be following up this, this verbal request with a formal written request via the township government records website. So additionally, just one more request. We're also asking that the township, the council, put a pause or help us to facilitate the pause of any further work or improvements that are planned for the Hilltop Park improvement project until we've had a chance to receive the information and an opportunity to review that information. So with that, I'll just turn it back over to the council. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Paul, thanks. And thanks for also letting us know you're going to send the list in writing. That makes it a lot easier. Okay, next in, Ed, I think you're up next.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Ed Mattson. I live at 47 Macomb Road in Campbell Woods, and I share Paul's concern about the development at Hilltop Park. I was wondering during your budget presentation where the Hilltop expenditures fit in the budget. I looked for it. I didn't see it. We, of course, think that the park would be, in the community would be better served if the artificial turf were not installed in the park. The second issue I'd just like to address briefly, this wonderful crowd of young people that you just had giving a report to you on. I wanted to say to them that I hope they would acquaint themselves with Princeton Community Village. I'm not sure that they are aware of it, or that certainly I think it's a wonderful example of affordable housing that has been created right here in Princeton. I used to live in Evanston, Illinois. They don't have to go to Evanston to look for affordable housing. They can see what has been done and to learn the history of going back 40 years of all that has happened to create Princeton Community Village, I think would be illuminating to them, and perhaps they could work it into their scholarship. Thanks for your time, everybody.
Thank you, Ed.
Mayor, may I respond to that? Because actually once the map is available, one can see that PCV is actually included, including their history of it.
Thank you. Okay, Nick, I think you're up next.
Hi, you can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, hi. Well, thank you for having me today. I'm Nick Garrison. I'm at 11 Ober Road in the very privileged Institute neighborhood of Princeton. And I feel a little guilty after the last presentation to come here and complain a little bit about our neighborhood, but I must say that they're related complaints. What's happening in our neighborhood is that we're just kind of getting overrun by very, very large houses, and we're ripe for picking. As a group of houses, we have kind of a big mix and quite modest houses sitting on pretty valuable land. But the most egregious example is the latest building on our street, which is, it's as of right, but it just feels wrong, just by virtue of its presence. I encourage you to kind of just drive by and get a feel for it yourself. And the point of bringing this up is to thank you for accepting our letter from yesterday and begin a dialogue. So I thank Council members Sachs, Cohen, and Niedergang for their emails today. And I also want to say that, the letter we wrote was supported by 19 households in our neighborhood over a period of just a few days. So people are pretty upset about what's happening in the Institute neighborhood. And it kind of goes back to whether the zoning and approval processes are working. And that's really what we want to start a dialogue about, just to see if there's something we can do that can help to maintain a variety and a mix of houses in our neighborhood. And frankly, to ensure that when a large house is built, that it's built in a way that is as sensitive as possible. And zoning doesn't do that. Zoning is kind of a blunt instrument. So we really want to try to start a dialogue about how to increase the overall success and quality of life for everyone, including those who really want to develop here and live here. So that's the point. The second point to make is, for some reason, our town allowed that particular dwelling to be higher than code, higher than zoning. Some of you may know that, but it's close to 37 feet high instead of 35. And 35, I would argue, is already far higher than anyone needs to build a house. So that was a mistake, we understand, on the part of the reviewers. When the neighbors here that heard that had happened, you know, you can imagine that the degree of upsetness that was overlooked. So I just want to say on the record that should not happen again, and we need to, as a community, take steps to ensure that things are reviewed more carefully. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's see who comes in here next. Chris, you're up next, I believe.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, yeah, thank you. This is Chris Johnson. I'm at 12 Bird Drive in Campbell Woods. I'm the president of the HOA board. And I did want to, go on the public record and let the town council know that at our last 3 quarterly board meetings, the topic of the Hilltop project has come up, and we've had unanimous agreement among the residents that have attended the meeting in opposition to the project for a number of reasons. This isn't the first time that the proposal has come up to install artificial turf at Hilltop Park. It came up, I understand, in 2009 before I was a resident here. But that approach had been opposed, and the proposal was dropped at that point, I think largely in recognition of the concerns of our community. There's a lot of people in this area. We have PCV across the street, the 50 units in Campbell Woods. We now have Copperwood. All of the homes in Campbell Woods along Macomb Road immediately abut Hilltop Park. Copperwood, a large number of high-rise units directly face the park with not a lot of trees anymore to provide coverage between the park and the residents. We understand that one of the intents of the Recreation Department of installing the artificial turf is for increased use of the park, which is going to increase light pollution, noise pollution for all of our residents along Macomb Road. I saw a recent update that not only now is the town looking to install a artificial turf soccer field, but now expand that to the soccer field, which is yet more impervious surface that is immediately adjacent to all of the wetlands that are right around our community. There's absolutely not enough parking for Hilltop Park for the use with the field at its current size, and especially if the use is expanded and it's more frequent use. I've seen a proposal of adding 10 to 12 parking spaces, which may help to mitigate the parking to a certain degree. It will be adding more impervious surface adjacent to more impervious artificial turf and a concrete skateboard park that's already there. Mayor Frieda, you came out last summer and we had a question about the streets being marked as fire lanes, and had some discussion about, well, it looks like the ordinance was not actually fired, so they may not actually be fire lanes, but you did recognize that we had very narrow streets. going back to when the community was built in the mid-90s, that was an intentional decision to make the streets narrow with the intention of not having any parking on the streets. And I can tell you over the last several summers, I see cars parked from the Hilltop Park entrance all the way down Macomb Road into the cul-de-sac, down Bird Drive, and down Campbell Woods Way. The streets then are one-way streets. And if there's an emergency, vehicles cannot get through. I have an 8-year-old daughter that likes to walk up to the park by herself, and I will not let her do that when we have that many people with that many cars trying to get through our neighborhood that way. So increasing the use of the park is not, does not seem to be a thoughtful approach. With the heat island there during the summer, concerned about the heat runoff and just maintenance of the field. You need to water it down to maintain the heat. How is the field going to be cleaned? My fellow resident Ed, raised an excellent question a few minutes ago about the budget for maintenance of the field. How long is it going to last? What will be the replacement cost be down the road? And installing artificial turf there is going to entirely change the character of the park. And it just seems very counter to Princeton's idea of ecological sustainability, open space, natural surfaces, and we feel would be a detriment to our community. So I am appreciative that we do have a meeting with Mr. Stentz and I'm drawing a blank on her name now, but Deanna Stockton later this week, and grateful that we'll have an opportunity to attend the Environmental Commission meeting later this month, as well as the Recreation Commission meeting. Appreciate the opportunity to have our voices heard there, but do want to go on the record with the council that our community is absolutely not in favor of this. It's the smallest park in the town, and to make it one of the most highly used and very densely populated area of the town does not seem in keeping with the overall master plan and where we want Princeton to go. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, next up, Maria.
I'm not sure if this is in order, but I'd like to comment or ask some questions regarding the budget presentation. Would that be appropriate, Mayor?
Right. Well, right now we're in the section for items that are not on the agenda.
Will there be an opportunity to comment later on or ask questions later on?
I guess we could, let's see if we could get through the rest of the agenda.
Mark, I
don't
think
know.
it would be most appropriate to bring questions when we introduce the budget
On the 22nd, that's true.
at our next meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you. I do have some comments regarding items that are coming up. Would that be appropriate to ask these questions now?
Yeah, so Maria, I don't believe so, if I understood you correctly. Right now, we're talking about items not on the agenda. So if you have a question on something on the agenda, as we go through to those items, you can make your comments.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Earlene?
Yes, thank you very much for your work. I'm Earlene Beaumont. I'm in Avalon Bay, and a number of the residents would like to know when the urgent care is going to be open, which is in the old Packet building on Witherspoon Street. If it is possible to know when that will be open and what it will offer, so that we can plan ahead for that. We're anxiously waiting for its opening.
Okay, I can answer what I know, Earlene, and it's first of all, it's not urgent care, it's primary care, but they will take same day appointments. So, and I understand there are going to be 7 doctors there, pediatricians and regular general practitioners, and they've been delayed, permitting, COVID issues, things like that. But my understanding is it should be open within 60 days. And I can double check tomorrow. I have your email and I can let you know if I have any more firm date. in terms of when they'll be open. And I appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you.
I would also like to add that that is the site where our Well Baby Clinic will be run from, so more local once that opens. And also that we've also confirmed from the providers that they also will be accepting the NJ Family Care, which is the state funded medical assurance for those who would need that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you both. Okay, next up, John.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, hello, friends and neighbors. My name is John Durbin, and I live on Mount Lucas Road. And special hello to Chris Johnson, my longtime coaching colleague in Princeton Little League. My comments here tonight come from the dual perspective of Hilltop Park serving as our family neighborhood park, along with my role as a youth sports leader here in Princeton. I and my family visit and use Hilltop many days of the year, particularly from March through November, so we know the park well. One of the significant changes in the culture of this community in the last 15 years has been the dramatic increase in the participation of youth sports in Princeton, both recreational and at the travel and club level. And one of the main challenges that we now face as a result of that is that we simply don't have enough playing fields to accommodate the demand from all the youth sports leagues. The ongoing shortage of the fields has also been exacerbated by climate change and the increase of rainfall here in Princeton by 7 inches annually on average. The increased rainfall puts even more pressure on the field use and availability, while also requiring more monies than ever being spent to maintain the field. The renovation plans, from my perspective, for Hilltop Park are designed to help alleviate these field shortage and availability issues for the entire community. And Hilltop Park, like all our parks, is designed to serve both its neighborhood, but even more so the broader community. The turfing and the lighting of the existing soccer lacrosse field will allow games to move forward as planned and to reschedule rained out games much faster. Moreover, the use of lights will allow games to be played in the evenings during the 3 primary sports seasons, which will also help with the field shortage issue again. I know some folks are concerned about the impact of the turf. 10 to 15 years ago, I would not have been in favor of turfing any fields, but from everything I've read in recent years, the materials used to make the fields today are dramatically improved and safe for everyone now. Moreover, the plan for a new water management system for the field area will capture any rainfall or snow melt and move it safely away. And the installation of the latest generation of field lights will dramatically reduce the light pollution cast off from the ball field and the newly renovated soccer lacrosse field. I think all the neighbors will be pleasantly surprised when they see how much less light pollution there will be compared to the current multi-decade-old lights in use at Hilltop on the ball field. Moreover, the town will benefit from the lower electricity costs that come with the newer, more efficient lights. If we were not to move ahead with the planned Hilltop renovations, the only other alternative to deal with the field shortage issue, in my opinion, would be to buy a new tract of land and develop it as a playing field complex. This will cost millions and millions of dollars to do, and then we will still face the mounting costs of maintaining an even larger number of natural grass fields. This move makes absolutely no sense when we have the ability to spend a lot less money and help alleviate the shortage by renovating an existing park and playing field, in this case, Hilltop. Relatedly, as I move to closing, I also want to applaud the efforts of our Recreation Department and Commission and our current and previous mayors and council on how they have handled putting the Hilltop renovation plan into place. First, they have involved all the stakeholders and considered their inputs while making adjustments to the original plan. And second, the citizens of Princeton have made it clear that they want our 2 major governing bodies in town to work harder at finding partners to share in the cost of significant projects. I think we should applaud them for the fact that from 1/3 to 1/2 of the funds for this project are coming from the $500,000 state and county grants that they have secured. In closing, I strongly support the renovation plans for the new and improved field lighting, installation of the turf, and expanded parking at Hilltop, and I urge the Recreation Department and Commission and the Mayor and Council to finalize the process as soon as possible so that the work can begin. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, John.
Is there, Eve, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to pick at one little thing that John said without taking on the whole of his comment, which is that the concept of moving the water away, I think, is a very outdated concept in terms of water management. And I just want to say there is really no away. And in the same way that, you know, we produce our trash and we have to deal with it, we need to deal with our stormwater, and there's no other place to put it anymore. So that just, I couldn't let that one go, but thanks.
Okay.
So wait a minute. So Eve, you're saying there's no
Should we,
system?
I'm sorry, since this is an item that wasn't on the agenda, we really shouldn't get too far into discussing the merits or
Okay.
the details of it. So sorry, I don't mean to shut you down, but I am, sorry. Okay, is there any other public comment for anything that's not on the agenda tonight? Okay, seeing none, can someone move that we close the public comment for items not on the agenda section of the meeting? Thank you, David.
I'll move it.
Thank you, David. Is there a second on that? Thank you, Eve. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we're going to go into public comment or questions of ordinance adoption. And there's a public hearing on ordinance 2021-02 and 2021-03. Does someone want to take the first one, 2021-02? All right, let me just read it. Ordinance 2021-02, an ordinance by the municipality of Princeton regarding Princeton's Affordable Housing Board and amending the code of the Borough of Princeton, New Jersey, 1974, and the code of the Township of Princeton, New Jersey, 1968.
Mayor, I'll take it. Take that. You know what? The problem was I couldn't find my agenda back fast enough after the last presentation to see where we were on the agenda. I believe that particular one, I still haven't found it yet, actually. Anyway, that there is, we had introduced an ordinance because one of the wonderful things about our town, as we've seen tonight in this very long meeting, is that we have a lot of expert minds on different subjects. And when it comes to affordable housing, we also saw in the presentation that we have folks who can contribute a lot to what's a very important topic in our town, and that's maintaining affordable housing now and going into the future. So that being said, the Affordable Housing Board came to the conclusion that we can use an extra person as a third alternate on the board. And so this new ordinance does two things. Number one, it accommodates us having a third alternate, but what it also does is that we also realize that the ordinances of the former borough and the former township didn't 100% agree with each other. So it fixes that problem also.
Thank you, Dwayne. Just so we can move this along, Dwayne, do you want to make the motion and we'll get the motion on the table so we can have public discussion?
I move the motion.
Thank you. Michelle raised her hand to second that, I think. Thank you. All right, it's been moved and seconded. So is there any other council comment before we go to public comment? Okay, public comment. Oh, there we go. Maria, you're on.
Thank you. I am speaking for myself and not for in my capacity as a member of the Affordable Housing Board. I'm speaking in strong support of this ordinance. As Mr. Williamson has expressed, being able to add more expertise to the board would be of great benefit. However, I would like to suggest, not that I would like this to stop the approval of the current ordinance as currently drafted, but for the consideration of the council for future amendments to the definitions of the boards and commission, that you consider establishing term limits on all of these boards across the board, because even though historical memory does have its value, there are some commissions where members have perpetuated themselves for decades, and having a healthy renewal of components of these boards, I think would outweigh the relative value of that historical memory, or having a good mix, in other words. So I would just leave you with that thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Is there any other public comment on this ordinance? Okay, seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. It's a roll call vote. Dawn?
Okay, Ms. Perot-Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Ms. Fraga,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Sachs.
Yes.
Okay, that passes. The next ordinance, the public hearing is on ordinance 2021-03, refunding bond ordinance of Princeton in the county of Mercer, New Jersey, providing for the refunding of all or a portion of certain 2011 parking utility refunding bonds and general improvement bonds, series 2011B, appropriating $10,150,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of Princeton of one or more series of refinancing bonds in the aggregate principal amount of not exceeding $10,150,000 for the financing the cost thereof. Is there a, David, is that a motion?
Yeah, I'll move it, and can also just give a little bit of quick explanation. This is essentially just a refinance like you would do with your home mortgage when interest rates were favorable. We're going to save about $800,000 over the life of the bonds by doing this refi right now.
Thank you for that detail. Michelle?
I'd like to second it, and I'd like to thank Sandy Webb for bringing this up and saving us some money. It's great. Wonderful. Good job.
Amen.
Yep, just for that, Sandy, as a reward, you do get to get off this meeting before midnight, but not much more. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on this ordinance? Yes. Oh, wait a minute. I thought I saw a hand. No. No, there is a hand up. Okay. Arlene, did you want to speak on this one? Or I thought it
was Ed. It was Ed.
I thought it was Ed, but
Yeah, I don't think so.
Mark, I think we let the wrong person in. There we go.
Hi
Ed?
there. How long, Ed Matson here. What's the term of the bonds? How long?
Yeah, one sec. Sandy, do you know that off the top of your head?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear his question.
The term of the bond, how long will the bonds be for?
It extends it out, I think, a year or two, but not too much longer than that.
It's, okay, matures on December 15th in each of the years 2021 through 2026.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Any other questions on the ordinance? All right, seeing none, another roll call vote. Dawn?
Okay, Ms. Perot-Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Ms. Fraga,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Sachs.
Yes.
Okay, that passes. All right, next we're going to go to ordinance introductions. First one is ordinance 2021-04, ordinance authorizing lease for use of Community Park South tennis facility. Does someone want to make a motion on that? Tony?
I make a motion to move it.
Thank you. Sir, Leticia, there's a second?
I'll second, but I also, if it's appropriate now, I wanted to make a comment.
Sure, please.
So in reading the documents attached to this ordinance, I noticed that it mentions Exhibit B, which is the affirmative action and non-discrimination addendum, but it wasn't actually included in the packet. And I just wanted to ensure that when it is, when this agreement is signed, that it will include that addendum.
We will ensure that on all agreements, we do ensure that those attachments are included to finalize the contracts.
Great, thank you. Because yeah, that's in another of the resolutions refers to it as well. And I just wanted to ensure that it will be included. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council comments or questions before public comment? All right, Eve?
I didn't get a chance to look over to see if this is corrected, but there was something in the lease agreement which mentioned John Witherspoon Middle School instead of it's still there actually on page L5. So just at some point, I would feel better if it were corrected. It says JW Middle School, and so.
Yeah, that's minor enough. We can
Yeah, very.
final version.
So.
Thanks. Good eye. Is there any public comment on this introduction?
Have one.
Yes, we do. Okay. Lex, you're on.
I'd like to thank you all for your wonderful work on affordable housing. And as a tennis player, I want to thank you for this particular vote because I play community park all the time. So Eve, I think it's not actually JW, it's at community park that we play, but maybe that's there. I don't think they have courts there, but you all have done a wonderful job this evening. What a long night. And so many wonderful affordable housing issues have come up, been talked about, and I look forward to working with all of you on the Affordable Housing Board, especially you, Dwayne. And I think good things are ahead for our town.
Thank you, Lex. Look forward to working with you too.
Thanks, Lex.
Thank you, Lex.
Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, it's a roll call vote again.
Ms. Pearl-Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Ms. Braga,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Sachs.
Yes.
Okay, that passes. Next is ordinance 2021-05, an ordinance by the municipality of Princeton regarding banked parking and amending chapter 10B, land use of the code of the township of Princeton, New Jersey, 1968. Is there David?
I'd like to move it.
Thank you. Is there Eve? Is that a second?
Second.
Thank you very much.
Can I just ask, wasn't this removed?
Moved.
No, the off-street parking ordinance was removed.
Okay.
This is banked parking. I'd
Right.
like to just give a really quick explanation of this for anybody who's not familiar. It really is what we've been calling a cleanup ordinance. So banked parking has been allowed in the town. What that means is that applicants are not required to build all of their required parking. They can build as little as 1/2 if they think they won't need all their parking, but provide an area to build parking should it become necessary. And what this particular ordinance is about is that the rules had excluded residential properties. Our zoning officer has always interpreted it as 1 and 2 families and has allowed multifamily properties to bank their parking. We just wanted to clean up the language to remove all ambiguity. So now this ordinance clearly states that multifamily residential is allowed to avail itself of bank parking.
Thank you, David. Any council questions or comments? Any public comment on this ordinance introduction? All right, seeing none, another roll call vote?
Ms. Pearl-Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Ms. Braga,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Sachs.
Yes.
Okay, that passes. The next ordinance on the agenda under number 3 was removed. So that means the ordinance under number 4, which was ordinance 2021-07, has now become ordinance 2021-06. and that is an ordinance by the municipality of Princeton continuing the temporary relaxation or suspension of certain regulations to enable local businesses to operate in compliance with COVID-19 restrictions. Is there a motion to someone, Michelle?
I motion.
Leticia, you second? Council questions or comments on the motion?
No.
Seeing none, public comment or questions? All right, seeing none, roll call vote again.
Ms. Pearl Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Ms. Braga,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Sacks.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now we go to resolutions.
And Mayor, I just wanted to comment, all three intros will have a public hearing for March 22nd.
Okay, thank you very much, Don.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's go to the resolutions. The first resolution is Resolution 21-81, approving an emergency temporary appropriation for the 2021 current fund. Is there a, Michelle, it's a motion, thank you. Is there a second? There we go, Eve is second. Questions on the motion? No questions? Okay. Okay, so this is a voice vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 And there were none opposed, none abstentions, correct? That was everybody? Okay. Next is Resolution 2182, approving an emergency temporary appropriation for the parking utility fund. Is there a motion on that one? I'm sorry. I can't even recognize anybody anymore. I got blurred vision. That was Michelle was first. David, I assume you were second in that case?
Yes.
Questions on that resolution? Seeing no questions, all in favor, please say aye or wave a hand or.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, that's everyone. Thank you very much. Resolution 2183, approving an emergency temporary appropriations for the 2021 Affordable Housing Utility Fund budget. Is there a motion? Eve made the motion. Is Michelle with the second? Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor again, a wave or say yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's everyone. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item, Leticia, could you handle the next item?
Yes, Mayor, and please don't go far. I know you're recusing yourself from this one. So this is, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mayor, you have to turn off your mic and your camera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Done. So this is Resolution 21-84, and it's resolution authorizing Princeton First Aid and Rescue Squad Second Amendment Memorandum of Understanding. Is there a motion? Eve moves, seconded by Michelle. Any questions on this resolution?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Mayor, you can come back.
I was really hoping I was excused and I could go home, but anyway,
No such luck.
no such luck. Okay.
The night is young, Mayor.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. I'm coming to your house next. Resolution 2185, resolution authorizing a professional services agreement in the not to exceed amount of $31,300 with McMahon and Associates for preparation and submission of documents related to New Jersey Department of Transportation access permit for the Witherspoon Street Improvement Project. David moves it. Eve seconds it. Questions on the resolution? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's everyone. Thank you very much. 2186, resolution authorizing a contract with Stephen J. Andrusco doing business as Griggstown Canoe and Kayak Rental in the amount of $56,500 to operate the canoe and kayak concession at Turning Basin Park for the 2021 and 2022 seasons with provisions for 2 additional one-year extensions. Eve makes a motion. Is there a second? Second by David. Any questions on the resolution? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Right, that's everyone. Thank you. Resolution 2187 was removed. Dawn, do we change the resolution numbers then for the next ones?
No, you don't have to do that. That I can just put that we removed that one.
Okay. 2188, resolution authorizing the award of a contract to H.A. DeHart and Son via the Sourcewell contract for the purchase of one 2021 Ford F600 cab and chassis trash truck in the amount of $103,972. Is there a motion on that? David makes the motion. Is there a second? Michelle made the second. Questions on the resolution? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, that's everyone. Thank you. 2189, resolution authorizing the award of a contract to Gabriella Truck Sales via the Sourcewell contract for the purchase of two 2022 Kenworth Model T 470 dump trucks with plows and salt spreaders in the amount of $413,240.04. Is there a motion? Thank you, David. Second by Eve. Questions on the resolution?
I would just like to comment that you can get the next year's vehicle model earlier and earlier. You're going to get the 2024s in 2020. So
All the sales given.
getting a little punch happy here.
There we go. Okay, any questions? None? Okay, all in favor, please. I'm sorry, David?
I guess this is a question for Mark DeShield. This does seem like a really large expenditure for vehicles, and I know that vehicles can be capitalized, I think, over 5 years. And I'm just wondering the tightness of the budget this year, whether this is something we would want to consider capitalizing instead of coming straight out of operating.
It actually is capitalized, and it's coming from a previously approved capital budget. So this is coming through the capital.
Okay.
Good. Thank you, Mark. Any other questions or comments? Okay, if not, all in favor, please say aye. I'm sorry, wait a minute, I'm sorry. Did we, I can't even remember. David, you did?
We didn't vote on it.
We didn't, no, did you move it?
We introduce, we second, first and second. And I distracted you with my comment about the model years. So.
That's right. Thank you so much. Okay, I believe you now. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. 2190, resolution authorizing Princeton Community Housing to continue to serve as the administrative agent for the Princeton Affordable Housing Program for the calendar year 2021 in the amount not to exceed $37,248.
So moved.
Dwayne made the motion. Leticia second. Questions on the resolution? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. Resolution 2191, resolution establishing a cannabis task force. Is there, Eve wants to make that motion? Good. Wait a minute. Michelle's got the second. All in, I'm sorry, questions before we vote?
Just thank you, Eve, for taking the leadership on this.
Thank you. I just want to give a real shout out to Trishka, who took what I thought was going to be a very simple resolution and turned it very, very quickly into something that was much more complicated and really touched all the bases that we needed to touch. So thank you. Thank you. And thank you to Leticia and Michelle for working on this with me.
Okay, any other comments or questions on this one? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. Resolution 2196, resolution authorizing the hiring of Robert Brusheye as interim administrator. Is there a motion? David, thank you. Is there a second? Michelle, questions on the motion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 And Mayor, I'm going to abstain.
Okay, thank you, Leticia. Dawn, you got that?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. So then we had two items pulled out of the consent agenda. The first one was 2193, resolution authorizing appointments to boards, commissions, and committees. There were three appointments. The appointment for the Housing Authority is taken out of the vote, and it would be the other two positions. Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Thank you, David. Is there a second?
Can I just ask, what were the other two positions?
The one is for the Construction Board of Appeals, and the other one,
It's Princeton Environmental Commission.
Environmental Commission.
Somebody left early and to replacing her.
Right.
Got it.
Yeah, Hillary Persky to the Environmental Commission, and Mr. Rich Safara to the Construction Board of Appeals. Any other questions on the resolution? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then the other resolution that came out of the consent agenda was 2195, authorizing a final change order in the amount of, and someone's going to give us the correct amount.
Yes, the correct amount is a negative $125,197.73.
73, thank you. We were off by 50 cents. Okay, I'll
Yes.
just read the whole thing. Resolution authorizing a final change order in the amount of negative $125,197.73, resulting in a final contract amount of, is the final contract amount correct, Deanna?
It is correct, yes.
Thank you. The final contract amount of $680,015.40 and release of performance bond number 82527802 for improvements to Alexander Street and Mount Lucas to Earl Asphalt Company and acceptance of a maintenance bond in the amount of $102,002.31. Thank you, David.
And I also just want to comment, I love negative change orders.
Yeah. There you
We
go.
keep working hard for them.
There you go. And Eve seconded that one. Were there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. The consent agenda then is 2192 and 2194. Would someone like to move the consent agenda? David was quicker. Sorry if you got the second. Any questions on those two items? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Move to adjourn.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Good night, everyone. Thank you very much for hanging in there for so long.
Good.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great night.
Yeah.
Take care.